Hey, everybody. They're all here. I'm sort of here. It's been a week. So, like, one of the reasons that we're late is I was like, wait, what was everyone's name? Like that NPC? And actually, they remembered. I was like, oh no, it was something else. So, yeah, we were doing a little bit of that. And there's a super fancy new narrator buddy bot that a certain someone helped to design that does a really fancy thing, which it like keeps track of boons and banes for us, which we're giving a try for the first time. So that will be really, really cool. So far, it looks like it's working. Now I have to actually look at it, and we have to remember that there are boons and banes and use them, but that will definitely help. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Misha. Yeah, you just drop a exclamation point status in, and that will pull up what the status is. So very cool. We are going to play a game of some sort. Looking at the screen, it's apparently D&D. So we should probably, before we start with that, do the thing where we introduce ourselves and tell everyone who we are and where they can find us, and a little bit about your character and maybe what's on your character's mind after the events of the past two sessions. We'll start with Kelly this time.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly, or My Fair Kelly. That's where you can find me on most socials, but mainly over on Twitch. Um, been having some hard times over there, but we'll eventually see me back there soon. Other than that, my character is Clover. She is a halfling fighter. She did not want to stay underground. She was much more interested in getting out of the area, and I think while part of her regrets it, another part of her really desires to go back for some reason.
All
And
them
yeah,
pretty crystals.
so it's just kind of torn about leaving and running and staying right now. Yeah,
Yes.
point it down to Misha.
Hi, I'm Misha Less Than Three. You can find me on Twitter at Misha Weha. I'm playing Min. She's a Minotaur. She has a robot named Robot. Let's see. Last time we found a lot of that good ghost crystal stuff in that mine. And I think on one hand, she's probably calculating its net worth and going like, yes, I can pay back all my debts and stuff. And on the other hand, do you know how many more robots you can make with that stuff? A really big consideration here. But the main part is trying to figure out how, to get rid of it, sell it, get money. There's that weird dwarf guy we have to meet in the future. And also, hopefully, no one spills the beans again about what we found.
Yes. It's fine.
Yes, perfectly fine. Over to Sin. This way.
I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream on Twitch. I have a Masks campaign episode tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Tough will be there. So if you like Tough, come by and say hi. Yeah. My character is Mars, and they are a changeling rogue. They've been thinking about the ghost crystals, but also thinking about that crystal, the mother crystal, because it's calling to them somehow. I don't know. But yeah, they kind of want to find some materials to be able to cast a spell. But yeah, they're just hanging out at Muriel's currently.
Excellent.
Tough.
Right. I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough, or Torf, or Torfilton, or some other variety of nickname. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. Currently, I've just been doing a lot of TTRPGs, not too many streams. But yeah, like Sin said, I will be in Her Masks campaign tomorrow, and then I will also be in Masks again on Sunday for Teen Justice Academy. And then there's probably a bunch of other stuff that I'm not remembering. Today I am playing Carbon, who is just so nice and doesn't ever want to murder people and doesn't cheat, lie, gamble, steal, or do, any of those bad things. It definitely didn't fill up his giant jug of everything with beer immediately and just chugged it. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just great. And he's definitely not got big old $ eyes walking out of that hole with a whole lot of ghost crystal that's worth a whole lot of money, which he's hoping might buy him out of some trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. And surprisingly, given trending in general in some of our other stories, there has been no cannibalism. There's been minimal murder. And I can honestly say the murder that's happened has been in self-defense. So, particularly looking over in this direction.
What? People.
Just saying.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't yet.
Yes, it's true. So, yeah. So, these folks are maybe not all sweetness and light, but they're, I think, maybe better people than some of the other characters on other shows. So that's good. That's nice. This one's for kids, we'll say, except for the little creepy gnome mind flayers and the, the weird tentacle armed monsters and all the other bad stuff that's happened. So who would like to give a quick overview of the story so far? Like maybe the person who wrote it all down.
Okay.
And then we can chime in if we remember stuff.
Okay. Okay. So the last episode, our party entered the hole. Can't remember what the name of the hole was, but there's a hole.
Yeah. It's just a pit.
Yeah.
An old mine.
Okay. So we were making our way down the pit, and there was a break in the road or hole where there was like planks and we had to go across. So Clover jumped across, except they rolled a 4, and there was a tripwire that someone had set, but then it was just recently tampered with to, like, someone stuck a peg into it so that it wouldn't go off. It's just that Clover ended up falling in a way that it set it off and then was flung off the side and became a wrecking ball, which Carbon wanted to drop. But through Carbon's might, Min's assistance, Mars's existence, and Clover's ability to finally hit a rope with a giant blade that is their sword, the party rescued the halfling and proceeded to cross the planked bridge once more. Everything was going well. Clover crossed successfully. Min was successful. And then it was Mars's turn, and they got halfway when the planks gave out from underneath them, and they fell.
Yes.
And Min had a plan. Min yeeted Clover off of the ledge and then jumped in and told Carbon to jump too and hoped that they jumped. He did. And so Min casted Featherfall, and the party gracefully floated down to the bottom. And because Mars is my character, they face planted.
Yeah. And that was Min's last spell slot, right? If I
Yes,
recall
it was.
correctly. Yeah.
I was trying to save it. Then we fell.
So through investigation, survival, and perception checks, the party found tracks of little creatures that they're not sure of. and then some drag marks that slowly faded as though whatever was dragged was no longer being dragged. And then they found a crossroads. Clover made a joke, which the DM then added a new monster that is set to appear if it hasn't already. In the cave, Clover wants to leave. Min wanted to check out the tracks, but Carbon and Mars wanted to check out the mines, so the party decided to check out the mines, and
Went the wrong way, basically, yes.
Min marked the wall to make sure that party knows that they've been there before, so they don't like wander around. I don't know. So the party then gets to a dead end, which is the mined out places. And everyone except for Clover, who is holding the ever bright lantern, they go to check if they can find any remaining ghost crystals that might have been missed from the miners. Carbon and Min came up empty-handed, while Mars found one or a couple of the little ghost crystals. Clover perceived that the party is not alone, and then the party was attacked by starfish tentacle monsters.
Yeah.
One of the monsters took out Carbon, one tentacled Mars, and the other one tried to hit Clover, but was not having a great day and kept missing. The party, as in everyone except Mars, successfully murdered the monsters, but then were approached by new creatures.
Yeah, the bodies
that apparently eat brains.
Yeah, the bodies were telekinetically into the darkness, and you heard yum 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 and chewing as if someone was breaking into a skull, and then a very, very long dramatic slurping sound, and then like hollow heads and empty skulls being thrown back at you.
Yeah.
A familiar sound to all of us.
Like friends do. Like friends do.
Yeah.
Also, these creatures prefer smart brains, but they also try not to eat humans. But that doesn't mean they won't eat human brains. They just try not to eat them. So Min made a deal with the creatures, the purple tentacle creatures, that the party will help get them more brains if they show them where there are more crystals, because they knew where more crystals were. So the little purple creatures then led them to the mother crystal, which is a giant ghost crystal. And the creatures are very protective of the mother crystal. So the party was very respective of their wishes and tried to stay away from the mother crystal as they went and got more ghost crystals, because they were allowed to take the ghost crystals as long as they don't go near the mother crystal.
Oh, you can go near it. You
Okay.
can stand near it for as long as you want.
Just don't hurt it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
It was
almost
greatly
makes it worse.
implied. Greatly implied that you would turn into one of those guys if you stand near the crystal too long.
For sure.
For sure, definitely.
So, because the party had gotten beat up, we decided to sleep overnight, even despite Clover not wanting to get the heck out of there. The party stayed the night and rested up, had some wonderful dreams of dwarves or gnomes. Gnomes, yeah. Also, Steepo was there, the farrier. But his brain is a little scrambled because every time he wakes up, he freaks out when he sees the creatures. And It annoys the purple no people eater creatures.
Yeah, they just blast
And
him.
then, yeah, he's knocked out by psychic damage. So that scrambles his brain a little bit. And that's why they won't eat him, because they don't like scrambled brain.
Yeah.
And then it becomes morning after the long rest. And it's like 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning because we sleep wonderful hours. Party awakes. Everyone except Min seem drawn towards some other crystal. Min just thinks it's really pretty. The rest feel a calming and warmth from it. Nothing spooky at all. It's fine. Then the party sets out to be bait for some monsters so that we can then fulfill our end of the deal and bring back brains for the purple creatures to consume. We had a wonderful, brilliant idea to create a fire in a cave, and it gave one of the monsters cover in the smoke. And then Mars went out to the edge of the fire and found a bat creature in a hole. They said nope and decided to go back to the party. Eventually, we as the party defeated both of the monsters, and Mars swooped in with some badass crit sneak attack thing and demolished the smoke creature's not head part. Can't remember what it was called, but it was not the head.
Oh, you stabbed it like in the thorax. It was some weird bat bug skull-faced monstrosity.
Yeah. And then Carbon was almost nommed to death by 30 some odd undead skulls.
Yes.
Which he eventually defeated.
Yes.
And then after getting rid of that mild inconvenience, the party took the head of the smoke creature and the head of the bat creature back to the purple creatures, and they were very happy. And then the party left the cave and went back to their respective places. And we end as a new day is dawning over the town of Ditchwater Gulch.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The only other context is that Ditchwater Gulch is a garbage place. It's a terrible, terrible place with lots and lots of terrible, terrible people. Some nice people too, but it's not the place that you would like to make your life. You all have your own little bits of backstory and goals. But the thing that brings you together is the opportunity, because the dwarf miner that you killed after he and his gang attempted to hang Carbon from the old hanging tree on top of Hangman's Hill for cheating at gambling, as you do, apparently had been in contact with a mysterious stranger who had sent them down into the pit to recover a ghost crystal. And now you have a lot of it, and you know where there's a lot more. And you know that tonight at midnight, up by the old ruined bridge up north, you might be able to meet someone and make a bunch of money giving that person some ghost crystals. Or not. You tell me. The only other thing was that you had the feeling you were being watched and had seen some strange, like, glint of something up on a porch, but had gone to investigate it. It looked like maybe it was a bug or something. But there was some indication that perhaps someone or something was observing you. I think those are all the salient points. So it is morning. Steepo probably doesn't have a very clear memory of exactly what happened, given that he was psychically blasted probably 15 times. So maybe he feels like he had a bad empanada or something, but is not necessarily doing the best. But because he's had a chance to, he was in a coma for a day, and now has had a chance to get some actual sleep without being blasted, is probably just confused and somewhat perturbed, but not like, oh my God, I went to the thing. I assume that you probably patted him down to see if he had any ghost crystal in his pockets, because he did. And did you remove it or leave it there?
I took it, obviously, shoved it in my own pockets, and then picked him up like I didn't do anything.
Yeah, perfect. So Steepo is fine. Sheriff Hod is... He's not put out at you, Min, because you are a profit center for him. But he's not super happy that a substantial portion of the miners in town, indeed the foreman of the mine, were murdered yesterday.
It was only 4 men.
You know, they could just get over it.
Well, people don't grow on trees around here.
Yeah, they just hang from them.
Yes. So he's grumbling, but only strangers. He's grumbling a bit about that and about how he's going to get more workers for the mine and things like that, as he counts the stacks of money he's making off of Ben. And Morel's place is Morel's place. And in fact, maybe it's busier than normal because a lot of the folks who camp around the mine and work the mine, there's no foreman there to crack the whip, so they're spending what they can, assuming that eventually some new hard-ass foreman will be appointed and they'll have to actually go back to work. So they're enjoying. So it's a little bit of like a festival day, by which I mean there are plenty of people wandering around town drunk at 9 a.m. What do you do? It is overcast, hot, like high gray leaden clouds. It's like, it feels like it's like letting the sun in and then like, but also insulating this high plateau like a blanket. So it's just this weird, and this air is very still. Like you'll occasionally get a little bit of a gust of wind. Hopefully at some point, whatever storm will break, I mean, probably against the mountains, you might get a few showers here. I mean, you hope it doesn't flash flood. But hopefully after that happens, there'll be a nice little cool front blow in, but it's oppressive. And you occasionally see far, far off in the distance, the flash of lightning. Other than that, what do you do?
Well, it's been a long night rescuing that guy on our way from hunting the guy we were chasing. I'm going to go take a nap. Let's meet up for dinner and we can discuss.
All right.
Perfect. So yes.
I'm feeling lucky. I'm going to Morel's and gambling again.
Before you go to bed?
I don't think I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. You feel free to add a level of exhaustion if you'd like.
Oh. All right. I don't take a nap and then I'll go gambling.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, you guys haven't been traveling. I mean, like it's, like 15-minute walk from town to, or a little bit more maybe, but from town to the pit. So, I mean, you traveled some distance, but it's not like you marched for 8 hours. So I'm fine if you want to take like a nice quick nap as opposed to like sitting there doing nothing for 8 hours. Or you can just decide not to, and take a level of exhaustion. Your choice.
I'll take a nap.
Okay. And you guys came back early. So we'll even say that you've all retired, Sawdust Depot, it's all fine, and you've all taken as short a sleep as you can to feel somewhat restored. Maybe you're grumpy, but you're not suffering any ill effects yet. I mean, if you keep that up for a couple of days, you'll start to have a problem, but for now, it's fine. So maybe now it's a little bit before lunchtime. What do you do? Gonna go gamble?
Yeah.
Cool. Good news is a lot of the miners are super drunk, so they might have disadvantage on trying to detect if you're cheating. And they are being very profligate with their wages. What is Clover doing?
Hanging out with Lucky, just animal handling, just kind of wanting to get out of the whole part of nature and back to like the not pretty part because it's Ditchwater Gulch, but more familiar part of
It's
the
more
world.
familiar. You know what's funny? Down in the pit, it was very cool.
It was. It's really hot out here.
Yeah, and loud.
Do you want to see how cool it is down in the pit, Lucky? You had to stay
no.
out the whole time. It was really warm.
Your horse is gonna get its brains eaten by no mind flayers.
Maybe. But yeah, so it's like, it's you're doing what you do. But you're thinking it's like, oh, it'd be really nice. I can't believe people haven't like built houses down there, because it's like you don't have to worry about as many bugs, and you got like friendly neighbors who can deal with some monsters. It's like it probably would be a nice place to live. Yo, man, what you doing?
Man, can I just turn this nap into a long rest to get my spell slot
I'm
back?
saying, yeah, it's a nap, but everyone take a long rest.
All right. I'll do that. Well, then I guess I should get caught up on my orders. I've been gone for a little bit. Might as well earn a little extra money before doing whatever tonight.
Okay. So while Carbon is gambling and Clover is playing with their horse and thinking about the wonders of the deep below the earth, Min is being very industrious, rapidly repairing things.
I'm a productive member of society, Carbon.
Excellent. And what is Mars doing?
Mars will be seeing if they can find some things. If they can find or buy 10 gold worth of fine charcoal, rare incense, and special herbs, and a brass brazier, so that they can cast a spell.
You probably step on into the general store where Mayor/Sheriff Hod, who runs the general store and is the sheriff and is the mayor, where you suspect he probably at least has a brass brazier. That's a relatively common thing. And there is Min tinkering away. Hod pops his head out, looks at you. Handle this, will you, for me, whatever they need. And then goes back to doing what he was doing before, which is not much.
Yes. On it, boss. Oh, hey, Mers, what do you need?
Do you have
provides list?
Yeah, just provides the list.
There's in fact a very dusty, slightly dented brass brazier, but it'll work. It's a silver. If you want to actually charge for it.
Yeah, I'm not going to charge for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just pull out, you dig around. You haven't really learned the inventory system here because there isn't an inventory system here. It's just random piles of stuff.
No.
But there's like a shelf and some crates full of just random junk that probably, someone bartered away for food or water. And you do find something that, it'll work for the purpose of the spell. It's not the fanciest. But when it comes to like fancy incense, not so much.
Yeah.
But people are crafty. And the herbs, like you don't carry a bunch of herbs. But this is a really interesting place. I mean, it's garbage. It's a high desert. But it's, it's a more kind of fertile desert because there is a river that runs through it. You never know what you might find. So I would say either it's a matter of going around town and seeing who you can schmooze to see if there might be someone here who, for whatever reason of their own, might have incense. Like maybe Morel has some incense, just to keep the place smelling nice. But when it comes to the special herbs, that you might have to find. But you could find it. Don't know. I think that would probably be a nature check. And if you are having this conversation with Min, someone may roll with advantage.
Okay.
Meaning,
I know
meaning the one
about
who knows
plants.
meaning the one who knows the most probably would be the one to roll.
I got a +2 on my nature. How you feeling, Mars?
I have a +0.
Okay.
So let me walk you through where plants are found.
Yes.
Okay.
And I roll this with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but the plants here are pretty weird. So I don't know the river. My highest is a 10.
Okay. You're not an herbalist by any means. So as you think through, as Mars, who is also maybe not always the most skilled spellcaster. I mean, you didn't go to school to be a wizard. Let's put it that way. You're trying to describe like, well, I need a thing. It's like sympathetic magic, and I need a thing that's shaped like this. And you're thinking, it's like, I don't know, but you do remember being struck by, and you haven't explored a lot, you do know that the plants on Hangman's Hill are somewhat interesting. Like it looks like, you know, as you passed by when you were trying to save Carbon from being hanged and then murdering everyone, they had a weird character to them. And you do recall that near that mysterious tower with no obvious entrance, there were some unusual plants. So it could be an exercise of foraging to see if you might find something unusual that could be useful. It's not so much, Mars, that you have to have like a very particular type, like it's got to be this species. There are certain characteristics of a variety of different plants that might suit the material needs of your spell and also might influence the results of the spell. So that's some stuff that you know. As you decide what you want to do with that, the camera will cut across the street and bust through the swinging doors into the very rowdy and maybe not great smelling parlor of Morel's place. Carbon, what are you doing?
100% cheating at gambling. 100%.
All
Did
right.
not learn my lesson.
All
Well,
right.
you're cheating. Might as well do 110%.
Right. 1,000%.
You know what? You're right.
All right. Why don't you? We're gonna do pairs basically, right? So roll, keep pairs. 3 of a kind beats 2 of a kind, and higher number wins. And because you are cheating, every time you want to re-roll a die, I'll give you a check. Oh no, because you were cheating, you can select 1 die to make whatever you want. That makes more sense. So let's start with 3 die.
Which 3?
D6s, all D6s.
Okay.
Let's start with 3D6. I'll say that a lot of folks have already like bowed out. Let's say that the current pot is 10 gold, which is decent for this town. And there is it's not actually a miner, it's a farmer from one of the homesteads out on the plain who has come in to pretty much come in to gamble and visit the horse. You know, I'm going on a shopping trip, honey. Take care of the kids, and then just spends all of their money at Morel's. He has a spectacular poker face. You have no idea. This guy, and he's old. He's probably been playing games like this since he was a teenager and is very well practiced. You get no read on how well he's doing. He is going to raise you a gold.
All right. So I do have a feature for the gambler background of never tell me the odds.
Yes.
So I can get a relatively solid sense of like which choice to make and which opportunities might seem too good to be true. Do I think it's a good idea to keep going?
Well, you think that if you weren't cheating, it would probably be a bad idea.
Okay. Yeah, I'll raise him up another one.
Cool. Add a die. Another d6. That's to you. That's to you.
2 more gold. Yeah, I'll raise 2 more gold.
He will see your 2 gold and raise 3 more.
Right, it's spicy. I'll raise 5.
So you'll see his 3 and then raise 2 more. So what does that put us at? That's 11 total that you're potentially out.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. We'll do the final die.
All right.
Okay. He just looks stone-faced.
All right. Yeah, Carbon's probably.
We're at 11. He will raise 4, or he will bet 4. And you can tell he's digging around the bottom of his bag at this point.
Okay. All right. Carbon's going 5 more in. 5 more in for Carbon.
So see the 4 and then up 1.
Yeah, and
okay.
Up 1.
Okay. Cool. That puts us at 16 total gold, I believe, at stake. All right. He will call. Show us what you got.
All right. Since Carbon was cheating, Carbon got a full house.
Oh. He is going to try to see if he can figure that out. Why don't you go ahead and make a sleight of hand for me?
All right.
You're stuck in a time loop. This is Groundhog Day, only it's actually Hang Carbon Day. That did not roll on the thing. Huh. Okay.
I got a 16.
He gives you a long look and is maybe a little suspicious, but decides not to press it. Like maybe he thinks that you probably cheated, but like didn't actually see it and doesn't want to cause too much of a ruckus. He got 2 pairs, 5s and 3s. So he was real close.
Yeah. Carbon had 2 pair, and then the last one was a different number, so he swapped that to make it a full house.
Perfect. So, add 16 gold.
Woohoo!
And this is probably, you've played a few rounds and have been, mostly just breaking even. And this was the big high stakes game. And a lot of folks are now grumbling because 16 gold in this town is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like a lot of money, like a mug you in the street and pick your pockets kind of money. So yes, Aerithon, straight cash money. And there's a lot of people who are either kind of grumbling, but Morale, being the consummate hostess, instructs some of her girls to go sit on some laps of disgruntled miners and locals. Pours out a pitcher of the cheapest, swill beer, just to keep the folks happy so she can suck every ounce of silver out of them.
Yeah.
And maybe gives you a little bit of a look like,
yeah, Carbon will
don't go driving off my clientele there, dear. You need to save some for the house.
He'll be nice and buy around.
All right, cool.
Since,
5 silver.
Okay. Yeah. Don't really want to get hung or almost hung again. Feel bad about having the population of this town.
Cool. That's fine. You just made a big spectacle about how much money you've won. It's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm being nice.
Clover. Will you make a perception check for me, please?
Yeah. 19 plus.
Beautiful.
But it was 19.
Beautiful. You're spending time kind of absently
Natural 19.
brushing Lucky. And Lucky just and trying to like bond and handle animals kind of stuff. So you're very in tune with Lucky's state. And Lucky just seems not to like shy like dramatically, but Lucky has picked up on something that Lucky doesn't like.
Now what is it, girl?
And you look around, like maybe Lucky saw a snake or something like that. You look around, you don't see anything. You look up, like maybe it's like a bird of prey or something, or you're just searching around. Maybe they caught something on the wind. You see a little, we'll call it a creature, hanging out on the wall on the side of the farrier's shop. It is maybe, well, the body is maybe 2.5, 3 inches in diameter. It has 6 little legs that it's using to kind of grip into the wood. It's very shiny. It has one very large eye that as you look up at it, it immediately scampers back around the side of the building.
I chase it.
All right. You certainly can. I would like you to make another perception check for me, if you would.
5 plus whatever, so probably not good.
Yeah, you run around. I mean, obviously, it breaks line of sight. You run around and you look, and it's like nowhere to be seen. Maybe you come back and like look up, like the area of the siding where it was clamped on is maybe not quite within reach, but it's close enough you can get a good look, and you can kind of see areas where the kind of white patina of the weathered wood was gouged by this thing's very, very sharp scythe-like legs. But it has disappeared. I mean, there's knot holes and, you know, rocks it could have crawled under. There's innumerable places it could have hidden. And it did move pretty quickly.
You check to see how smart my character is. Okay, they're smart enough. Is there a way I can like investigate to see if I can find like where it could have gone off to? Like some sort of trail, like
You could make a survival check.
indication? Oh, cool. Let's see what I get to add to this. Please be high. Just an 11.
Yeah, it's got, I mean, very fine metallic legs that wouldn't leave much of, especially once they got on some sort of hard surface. Like you wouldn't be able to see much of a track in sand or what. You did see in the dust when you were looking in the second floor last session, I think it was. But those were just little fine scrapings. But like on the sand and dust and dirt, yeah. You could make an Arcana check if you would like, or history.
Okay.
To see if you
I have Arcana, but I
have well, everyone has Arcana. It's just it may not be very good.
Yeah. No, it's 1 point higher. It's a 12 now.
You're not sure what it was, except you're pretty sure it was an automaton, which makes you think of Min.
Yep, I go to Min.
Cool. Carbon, where are you going? Now that you maybe don't get to shake down the rubes with quite as much impunity.
I'm probably going looking for Mars so that, you know, I'm not alone.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm gonna get jumped.
Yeah.
Because I just swindled a lot of people out of some money.
Yeah. And you step out of Morel's just in time to see basically right across the street, Clover. This place is not big. Clover heading into Tahad's general store.
Oh, good. People that don't want to murder me. Hey, Clover, let's, where are you going there, Clover?
Yeah, well, there was that one little thing that looked like I don't know, looked like one of them, what do they call them? Metal peoples. No, not peoples. Metal,
Like
men's things.
Yeah, that thing that Min's got that showed up for a minute.
Yeah, but it was like this big. I don't know. I thought maybe Min lost something. I'm just gonna go see if she needed help finding it.
Oh, well, I'll escort you into the building that's right here,
All
buddy.
right.
All right.
By the way, anyone tell you you're real handsome?
Oh, shucks. Yes, they have. Let's
All
go
the
inside.
Yes. So you walk in to overhear a conversation between Min and Mars, thinking about like where they could find unusual plants and wondering if perhaps Morel has any fancy incense that she'd be willing to part with. So you overhear the tail end of that.
Oh, hey guys, you need something?
Yeah, did you lose one of your metal people? It was like this big. It had 6 legs and it had like one really pretty eye. I figured it was one of yours. It had those little metal legs.
I only got robot. Are you talking about another? Sorry, when you say metal people, do you mean an Atoman?
Whatever.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Oh, right. And so does that sound familiar to me?
You could certainly make an Arcana check.
Okay, I will try.
Wait, so that wasn't yours?
17 Arcana.
Yes, she is describing a form of automaton that is known to be used by the Theran Empire. The small but very mighty empire to the north that technically holds dominion over the treaty lands, and is powerful precisely because they were able to conquer a significant portion of the continent through melding technology and magic. They are ruled by a god king. And there is a type of their automata come in a variety of different shapes and sizes, some of which are like massive war machines. But they are known to have spies, eyes of the god king, that can be quite small. Some of them can fly, in fact. But they are known to deploy them, particularly their legates, which are their enforcers. Seeking out any hint of rebellion against the empire, enforcing the law, making sure everyone goes to temple when they're supposed to, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we were suspicious that the guy that the dwarf was going to meet up with is from the empire,
Maybe,
or at least the supply gets money from them.
possibly. Who else would? I mean, other than folks maybe in the freeholds, like where you come from, the manufactories there certainly know how to take advantage of the properties of Ghost Crystal. But for sure the Empire does. And you know for certain that if the Empire knew that there was a massive cache of Ghost Crystal here, they would be tremendously interested.
Yep, bet they would. Do I know if that kind of spy bot can hear things, or is it just a looking model?
I would say your guess is that it's because of how small it was. It might be visual, or visual at like a great range, and then maybe visual and sound nearby. But it depends entirely upon both the mechanics and the enchantment placed upon it.
Okay.
But
I'm just going to
making a full scrying focus is very expensive, and typically you would expect a creature that would be more capable of defending itself.
Okay.
But who knows? being stealthy and hard to find and see and follow is a good defense too.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, no, that's not mine. Where'd you say it was?
Which direction do I think it ran off to?
It was on the south side of the farrier's shop,
So
and it ran around
north-ish?
the back. So that would be to the, north, south. It was on the west side, west wall, and it ran around to the north wall. So, and where it went from there, who
Could
knows?
be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably the north side of town, maybe.
Hey, y'all want to go pick some flowers?
No, not particularly.
Well, Mars needs to find some. Let's go. I'll close up shop. Hey, boss, I'm leaving. I'm taking my break. Yeah, that sounds normal. And
We can get Lucky some flowers. That sounds all right.
yeah. So we'll head out towards one of the locations.
Yeah, you choose. Do you want to go to Hangman's Hill? Or do you want to go back out near the pit to the mysterious tower?
Let's go.
Or strike out in some other direction. There's all kinds of weird stuff around here.
We can go to the Hangman's Hill. We didn't get a close look at that before.
Yeah, because that's what I really want to get a closer look at.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Well, don't you want to set up a backup plan in case you ever find yourself here again? You know, put a little sword under the tree in case you need to pull it out all of a sudden.
I
don't know, you
carry
seem
a
like you have
hammer on my back. Why would I put a sword under a tree?
So they're not going to have the hammer on your back when you're at the tree.
Free sword.
I don't have a sword to put under the tree.
Well,
Oh, you want my sword?
always.
Wait, no, I need the
You
sword.
want me to put your sword under the tree?
No, I need my sword. Why would you use my sword? That's a
You
stupid
were
idea.
offering
What-
it.
I didn't offer it.
Go to the dang tree.
All right.
Once we're far enough away, for what I feel is far enough away, probably more open, I will mention that machine was the Empire spy bot,
Yes.
Oh no.
and give the input like, hey, listen, if they figure out just how much ghost crystal is here, they will come back for all of it, and there goes our money pot.
It's true.
You're right.
Whoever we're dealing with, we gotta tell them that we cleared it out. And probably not sell all of it.
And be convincing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all have a pot of money?
So we don't, or maybe we let that one talk to them. They don't know what's going on.
Right.
Genuinely, they don't even gotta lie.
I can charm them.
Maybe.
Well, there's backup plan number 2, just in case Clover finally gets something working in their brain.
Yes.
So you can exchange goods for money.
No, don't explain it to them, man. That's gonna lose the authenticity.
Perfect. So yes, as you trudge toward Hangman's Hill, the sky is getting a bit darker. I mean, it's practically noon, but the clouds are getting thicker, and seem to be. You know how sometimes you get that very high layer of cloud, but it's almost like it's bunching up, like someone's pushing on a piece of cloth that's got those ripples. It's going to be at some point somewhere near here that it's going to be bad weather soon. But still, the heat's oppressive, but you are getting a few more gusts of wind. And they carry a very kind of saline, clean, like clay and salt from the salt lake. And then occasionally the wind will whip around. You can almost catch a smell of like a conifer or something blowing down from the mountains. So yeah, there's some, storms building up, but out of just curiosity, how much ghost crystal do you currently have on you?
Well,
I think I have whatever I took from Steepo, and I think Min has that bag of holding.
Yeah, I have the bag of holding that is probably relatively full. I presume at some point we had divvied out at least some of it from there to everybody else.
Yes. Yes.
And I assumed that Clover probably has most of it on her. Because she's not going to leave it with farriers. The farriers just went and tried to steal it from the hole.
It's true.
Man, crazy. Wonder why he did that, Clover.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a very fair chance like Clover has dropped a bit of this like as a trail along the way. Just because of how much Clover...
Carbon's just picking it up while
Clover
is
is so
dropping
tiny.
Yes.
Clover's trying to carry too much.
So Carbon has a little, Clover has a lot. Mars has, you probably have your share, or did you stash it somewhere?
I think Mars will have their stash on them.
Okay.
Because they don't trust anybody.
Yeah. So you have at least what you gathered in the first chamber and some amount that you gathered in the big chamber with all the little cute gnome guys with tentacles. And then a really massive quantity in Min's bag. So you're loaded with ghost crystal. Good to know.
Yeah.
Cool. So you approach Hangman's Hill. Who and how would you like to search around and see if you can find anything interesting? Anything that might be useful as a magical reagent for Mars?
Can I use Lucky as a sniffer?
Sure.
Like an animal handling check or something?
Yes.
Cool.
And everyone can search. I'm curious in what way and how.
It's a natural one.
Yeah. There's one plant that would be useful and Lucky eats it. That's not true. Maybe. But yeah, no, Lucky just goes over and finds some dry grass and eats it. And you go, oh, Lucky, you found it. And then it's like, no, that's literally just grass, dude. So that's fine. Right.
Either I would look around or people can bring me plants for me to investigate to see if they're a correct property or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
I'm pretty good at investigating things.
Well, you could even, I would say, people don't have to bring it to you. You can just like investigate. Like you're kind of going methodically.
Yeah.
Taking a look. Cool. How is Mars looking?
They're like, would a perception check work?
Yeah. I don't know why not. You'll just get all to get different information depending upon what it is you're trying to do. And how about Carbon?
Carbon could maybe try to identify some plants, maybe like a survival thing, figure out
Survival or
types.
nature. Yeah.
A little bit better with survival.
Well, maybe it's more like, because I mean, it's a reasonably large hill. There was some ruin here many, many years ago. So, knowing what you know about like where water might accumulate that might encourage plants to grow, you're looking more for plants that have a very particularly shaped root. So leveraging your survival knowledge, okay, it's not going to be in super rocky soil necessarily. It's going to be a place where it's encouraged to reach down for a source of water. You can apply that in a survival check to see if you can home in on any useful material. Roll them all up except for the one that we know already was a crit fail. As Clover goes and chases after Lucky, because Lucky is now like, oh, hey.
Carbon is sniffing the daisies, because that's a 7.
Awesome.
I got a 12.
Okay.
I got a 19.
Ooh. Yeah, you notice something odd. Like, what kind of plant is that? Because it's just a few little, like you think maybe it's like the top of some sort of tuber. It's just a little white stalk, kind of sticking up out of the ground. There's no vines, there's no leaves, but it does strike you as unusual. And it's not a plant that you've seen before. Do you go investigate? Because it's probably like 20 feet away. Do you let others know?
Yeah, they did at least let Carbon know.
Okay.
Like, hey, if I die, I'm over there.
Okay. So you just walk over and
Carbon
check
is
it out.
following much closer now. Like, what do you mean you're gonna die?
So you maybe dig away a little bit. And it's probably, I think when the first one breaks off and you pick up the piece that breaks off, you realize it's actually skeletal fingers sticking up out of the soil. Someone who was buried in a shallow grave. I mean, it is Hangman's Hill.
I'll pop up Mars, be like, hey, that could have been me.
There is I think all of you, maybe not so much men, but everyone else feels a little bit of like a tingly feeling. Like, almost like, I mean, you've been out in a storm before. You know what it feels like when the charge builds up and it's time to see, because it's like lightning's about to strike. Like your hair stands up a little bit. It's like that, but your hair doesn't actually stand up, but they just feel some sort of charge or change. Those of you who are particularly perceptive or are carrying the ghost crystal in like their pockets next to their skin can feel the ghost crystal vibrating. Clover pulls it out and starts looking at it, of course. You notice this as well, Mark. Min, not some. Anything that you are carrying outside your bag of holding is going to have the same effect, but I think you've got most, if not all of it, in your bag of holding.
Yeah,
So you don't know
I just
what it's
leave it
doing
there.
in there, but you wouldn't notice the effects because it's in an extra dimensional pocket. Yeah, Mars, you feel all the little places where you stashed the ghost crystal begin to kind of vibrate and jostle around, almost like they're trying to get out of your pockets. And in sympathy, the ground around you begins to shift a bit. Almost like that same vibration is carrying into the ground. Like not an earthquake, but just like a little bit of a shake. A few little rocks trinkle down the side of the hill.
No, Lucky, wait.
And then the skeletal hand, reaches out and grasps your ankle. I think we probably ought to get initiative at this point. I'm going to say that you're all within 30 feet of each other. Even Clover, who has now recovered Lucky and is on your way back. You are alerted to the danger by the fact that Mars is like, yeah, it's got me. So let's get some initiative.
I got a 20, 30, 20.
That'll work, probably.
8.
8,
Oh, 2 8s?
18.
Oh, 18.
No,
Okay.
18. Sorry, I paused. I didn't mean.
What'd you get,
Uh,
Min?
12.
Okay. And Mars. All right. Phew, okay. So, Carbon, you hear from Mars. Shortly after Mars wandered off and said, if I die, I'm over here.
Yeah. God, Carnation Mars, what'd you get yourself into this time? Go walk, like, probably draw my hammer and walk over to look.
Yes. Yes, you see a skeleton missing the skeletal hand missing the tip of one of its fingers, wrapped around very powerfully Mars's ankle. What do you do?
Smash it with a hammer, but I'm afraid I would also smash Mars's foot. So, I'm just gonna...
Only if you roll poorly.
Yeah.
It's a sacrifice that Carbon has to be willing to make.
You know, that's true. Do I accidentally smash Mars's foot and let Mars die, or do I not and let
I mean, Mars
die?
can probably grow a new foot. That's how
Yeah.
changelings work, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna smack the hand with a hammer.
Do it.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
Uh, that is 12 damage.
Ooh. Well, you just reduce it to dust.
You're welcome, Mars. I'm your hero.
The ground is still vibrating, however.
Yeah,
Clover.
Clover wants to run in on Lucky and take us a swipe with their longsword at the closest.
Well, the only thing that was above ground.
Oh, really? That was the only one?
Yeah, it was just one little thing. Combat's over.
I don't trust that.
That's the only one. Everything's fine
All right.
now.
In that case, Clover's going to get over to the group and hold in. What is it? Ready in action?
Yeah.
Or is it hold the action? Ready
Yeah.
the attack action for a seen enemy within range
Perfect.
with my sword.
Yes. Do you have your shield out?
Can I have a shield and a sword and ride a pony?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then yes.
Yeah. And just asking if you were ready like a 2-hand strike or a 1-handed strike. Cool.
No, I would do one.
Min.
Cool. I'm gonna drum my gun.
Yes.
That seems like a good idea.
Yes.
Is there any place where the ground isn't shaking?
It appears to be mostly over where Mars was. Maybe
All right.
maybe 30 feet from you.
All right, then I'll stay here
I mean,
and say.
but the whole thing is kind of very faintly vibrating. But even over directly under their feet, it's minor. It's not like an earthquake or anything like that.
All right. Can I ready in action to shoot a skeleton or whatever if something pops out of the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
For sure. Cool. Well, you are going to have some choices.
Oh boy.
Because yes. So, coming out from under the crowd of you are innumerable skeletal arms, like spines that kind of crawl around like little inchworms. It's just bits and pieces. There's even like something crawls out that looks like a partial skull that has, instead of a jaw, it's got a couple of like maybe ribs attached to it that it's using to try to crawl its way out of the dirt towards you. It is a lot of bones, few scraps of hair and cloth that are rising as one and are going to try to do some things to you. But first, Clover, your ready to action goes off, and Min, your ready to action. Oh, that's 2 over there towards the top of the hill by the tree. These same appendages and bits and pieces of bone begin like pulling themselves out on the hangman's tree. Some of them crawl up and some of them start to fan out down the top of the hill. And below your feet, Min, a number of these appendages begin to rise. So, Min, you have choices about where you shoot. Clover, you're probably going to attack the ones that are right near you.
Yes.
15 to hit?
Yes.
That hits. Would you go ahead and roll another d20 for me just and tell me whether it's over or below, like high or low?
No, I get what you mean. 5 low.
Okay, cool. How much damage did you do?
6 points of slashing.
Okay.
Slashing.
Non-magical slashing, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have magic.
Cool. Min, where do you shoot?
I'll probably shoot. Which one did Clover? Is the one that Clover's attacking near Carbon and Mars as well?
Yeah,
or?
Carbon, Mars, and Clover all kind of gathered together. And the group over there seems large, like double the size of the one that's at your feet.
Yeah, I'll shoot at that one over there.
Okay.
But I only got a 12 to hit.
Yeah, You hit one of them.
Okay.
Roll high-low for me.
All right. That is high at a 13.
13 damage. Is that magical?
Oh, sorry, not 13 damage.
Oh, got it. How much damage, and is it magical?
It's from the Musket of Warning, but I don't think that makes the damage magical, does it?
It is a magic weapon.
Okay. And yes, it is magical, and the damage is 14.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was max.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's you being an excellent marksman. And they're up a little bit higher on the hill. So you basically fire with your musket and the ball just like shatters 7 or 8 of these weird conglomerations of bones. However, there's still a lot.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the group that is on Min. Does a 12 hit you?
A 12 does not.
Cool. And an 8 doesn't hit you.
Nope.
You are lucky.
I am lucky.
The one that was on the top of the hill is going to simply just flow over in innumerable forms towards the greatest concentration of people. And then, because it's fun, we'll start with Carbon. Wow. I don't think any of those hit. That's good. Clover. Ooh. Does an 11 hit? No. But a natural 20 does.
Actually?
Yeah. And that's the one that's at full health. So you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
As they just start to
worse.
crawl up you, and it's more like pinching damage and grasping damage than like just beating you. I did not roll particularly well, and that was the attack. You're glad that was the attack that critted. And then Mars. Yep. A 19 and a 17.
Both hit.
Okay. That is 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And 6 points of necrotic damage. And you're restrained. Oh, sorry. Make a strength saving throw first. That's right. You might not be restrained.
So it's a D20.
Yeah, so yeah. D20 plus your strength saving throw.
Awesome. It's a 3.
So, you take a little bit of pinchy ouchie, a little bit more of suck your soul out, and then they begin to haul you into the mound, just pulling you into the earth itself.
No.
So you are restrained. You're not under the ground, but you are restrained.
Yet.
Yeah. So, Carbon, what you doing?
Well,
It's now 3 times as big since the other one has joined.
yeah. Well,
It's just a sea of seething limbs and parts.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm pissed because Mars is once again being dragged off to be murdered for the umpteenth time.
I mean, it's a theme.
So I will be raging, and then so it's like conglomerating into like one giant thing, or is it like
It's
a multitude of things?
It's still lots and lots of little pieces. but each one is, it's maybe 5 or 10 feet of area, but they've all kind of joined together into this big kind of irregular spread of just clicking, clattering bones that seem intent upon crushing you to death, sucking out your life force, and then pulling you down into the mound to join them.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get pissed and then smash them with my hammer.
Yes.
Because that's what I do.
You gonna do fire to everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, Clover, probably.
And Mars, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lucky.
Was sorry about Mars and Lucky. I don't care
Lucky's
about your
behind
stupid
you.
dog.
Lucky's fine.
That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
So 12 damage total, plus 2 more for the fire damage.
Cool. And the fire damage is everything within 10 feet, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Oh, you know what? We attacked. We missed men. Okay, cool. Roll percentile for me.
How many points did I take, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
Into-
It wasn't
Oops,
a
the
lot.
fire.
Everyone took 2 from the fire.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll a percentile for me so I can figure out.
40.
Cool. And you said a total of 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Powerful hit, but it's a bunch of small things. So like a couple of them are obliterated by your hammer. But that mass doesn't seem to be quite as affected as one would hope. Cool. Clover.
Okay, so what's like right around Clover at the second? Like in 5 feet?
In 5 feet of you are Carbon, Mars, and hundreds and hundreds of bits and pieces of dead people.
Okay. Is Mars still
Swarms.
being pulled down actively?
It was like a lurch, and then you
Okay.
can see more of them coming out of the ground to like get a good hold, and like maybe they're gonna lurch again once they get a chance. But yeah, you think probably if they get a chance to try to pull Mars down further, they probably will.
I'm gonna try and help Mars out, I think.
Okay. So if you would like to use your action to help Mars get out, I will give Mars an advantage on the strength saving throw to try to get free.
Okay, I can just say I'm doing a help action and then
Yeah.
we get to Mars's turn. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically readying the help action. Makes perfect sense. Cool.
Cool.
Min, what are you doing? You are surrounded by your own little swarm.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the swarm of bones.
I don't blame you.
So I'm going to try to leave the swarm of bones.
Sure.
Yeah. And then I'm going to shoot at the main group swarm of bones.
And you're going to actually try to leave, like fully leave the swarm?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think they like that.
They probably don't.
Yeah, I think they probably don't like that.
I don't think they do.
Does a 23 hit?
Ooh, yeah, that does.
Cool. Why didn't you go ahead and give me a strength saving throw?
Oh no. The consequences of my actions.
Look, here comes.
Oh, nat 20.
Oh yeah, you're
no
good.
consequences for me.
They grab onto your hooves. I don't know what you have, but
Yeah.
and like maybe like one of the arms reaches up and grabs a hold of your tail, and you're chugging it though, and a lot of them fly off. I'm
going to sort of power walk through this.
Yes, mall walk through it.
Walk straight through all of these skeletons.
They cannot hold men back, but they can suck out 6 points of your life force.
Yeah, that's still toasty.
Yes.
You just do that.
And now you are you can maneuver out of it.
Yes, so I maneuver out. I'm just going to
maneuver.
eat. And then I'm going to shoot at the main group's swarm, the one that's pulling Mars down.
Yes.
And that is a 13 to hit.
Yes.
All right. Do you need the
Yeah, I need a percentile because
percentile?
there's 3 swarms,
Yeah.
but they're all kind of interpenetrated.
Yeah. 78.
Okay, and how much damage you do?
The damage is 10 points of damage.
Ooh. Again, it's almost like something about the bullets fired by your musket seem to be shockingly more effective than they ought to be. You're just blowing. It's like you're throwing little grenades and just shards of bone going everywhere. Beautiful.
I'm sure that's pleasant for them.
Cool. So, yeah. We're just going to do the same thing over. A 12 will not hit carbon. Will a 17 hit carbon?
Yes.
Cool. Strength save, please.
I think I'm good at those.
You ought to be.
The 14.
You are not grabbed and pulled under. You do take 5 points of necrotic damage as this weird kind of purpley black faint gleam of energy. As soon as they make contact with your flesh, they flare and you can feel your energy and vitality draining. And they seem to get very agitated. Cool. Clover. Ooh, we've got a 21 and a 16.
21, not 16.
Okay, cool. That's actually good. So they aren't able to get in like close enough to suck out your life force, but they do give you a nice healthy pinch for 6 points of bludgeoning damage. And then the one that Min has fled, because they are shockingly fast. They can move as quickly as you can. So it will swarm over towards you, attracted by the sound of your musket. And we're going to try to give you a little pinch. We've got a 17 and a 16.
I'm going to activate shield as reaction.
And they both miss.
Yes, they will both miss.
Beautiful. That was a good move.
Yes.
All right, Mars. You could feel them getting ready to do another tug. But you have some time to do some stuff before then.
And your halfling friend is trying to help.
Yes. You will make a strength save at the end of your turn. With advantage. And that doesn't require an action, so you have your full... You can't move, because you are restrained, but you can certainly attack. Or do something else. Sing a little song.
Question real quick.
Yes.
Would it have been obvious to Clover that the word... That, like... Never mind. Nope. Forget it. It was a...
I mean, it's just a nightmare of bones reaching. There's not a lot of... Yeah, it's like...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm keeping track because technically some of them taking more damage than others, but as far as you're concerned, there's just this like 15-foot area of bones.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, no, she can't think that well.
You just cross your arms and just accept the...
Yeah, you can voluntarily fail. You don't have to make the save.
Clover pushes you down.
That's what you meant by
Carmen
assist.
comes over and murders Clover.
You've readied you've readied to assist, but it's to assist the swarm, not your friend. Yeah, okay, got it. Mars, what are you doing?
Is it possible? Question mark. I don't know. They're in a hole that is probably a certain size.
It's not like you've fallen in a hole. It's more like, and you can feel like down on your feet, it's like they're just digging away to pull you under. There's not like a cavity that you're being pulled into. It's, think quicksand.
Okay. Are their arms free? Sort of.
Oh yeah.
Mars's arms.
Yeah, it's just your legs. You're only up to like a little bit below your knee.
Okay. Can Mars attempt to shoot them with the pistol?
Yeah. It's a range attack against a engaged opponent or with a opponent engaged, so it will be with disadvantage, but no one's missed them so far. They're just bone. So it might be worth giving it a try.
Okay.
So roll twice, take the lower, add your attack with your pistol.
Does an 11 hit?
It does. How much damage do you do? And also roll percentile for me. So we can tell which one you hit.
Percentile?
Roll 2d10. One is the tens, one is the hundred. Sorry, one is the ones and one is the hundreds. Tens. You know what I'm saying. The thing.
It's been a week.
Yes. Yeah, you should even have in your sets one of the ones that has the tens, like 10, 20, 30, and one that just has 1, 2, 3, and then you just roll them and add them up. Or,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the damage is 4 damage.
Okay.
It's 4. The percentage is 12.
Ah, cool. Did you roll a 1 on your damage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why I was going to say, because your dex is reasonably high. However, even with the fact that minimum damage and the fact that they seem to be resistant, you are able to blast enough of them that it seems like a lot of the bones just kind of scatter and lie still, and the total area surrounding you seems smaller. Meta, you took out one of the 3 swarms. Good job. Now you may roll a strength save at advantage. Unfortunately, it wasn't the one that you took out is not the one that was pulling you under. So, but make a strength saving throw with advantage to pull yourself out of the hole.
Does a 10 work?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Waist deep. Yeah.
Clover is disappointed.
It's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine.
I rolled a nat 1
Oh no.
and an 11. Okay.
Yes.
And my
Yeah.
strength is -1.
There you go. Yo,
Can
Carbon.
we use my strength?
Well, I'm just gonna keep smashing and hope that something happens.
Yes.
And also setting them on fire because that's my thing.
Yes.
And also Mars. And also Clover.
Yes.
They're fine.
This is why I'm shooting over here.
that's
Really
a
not carbon.
it's a 14 to hit.
Yes.
14 damage plus the 2 from fire, so 16.
Okay.
And then 74 on the percentile.
Okay.
You said 2 from fire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they take all the fire. So I counted that separately, but they only take half of your powerful. However, I'm gonna say you do like a spin and the bones go flying. Some of them turn to dust, and several of the like one whole side of this conglomeration seems very disorganized at the moment because you have powerfully injured it. Clover.
Okay, how many monsters are like in the vicinity that I can kill?
So it's probably 30 or 40 individual
I
moving
understand.
bone conglomerations,
I'm
but
following.
it's technically 2 swarms.
I'm okay. No, I want to just continue helping.
Okay.
Mars, but instead of helping, can I just do a strength check myself this time?
Yes, it will be harder because you're being actively resisted.
Okay, I'm still gonna try. That's
Yes.
okay. Can I do athletics or no?
No.
Okay, just strength. 11 plus 2, 13. Right, that's my and then I'm just gonna kind of
pull.
be in this kind of like one hand's helping, and other hand's like trying to use my shield to protect me.
Yes,
but that's it.
Keeping yourself on guard. Now, Min, you're back in the swarm, or the swarm is back around you. You want to run for it again?
I mean, I still got the shield to the end at the start of the turn. I'll just shoot the one over there. I'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna shoot the main group's business. That is a 15.
Yeah, for sure.
To hit. Percentile is 14.
Ooh.
Damage is 8.
Cool. Yeah. Both of the areas, although it's kind of all merged, now look significantly more disorganized. Except for the one that's surrounding you, it looks fine.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yes.
It's doing its.
If anything, it looks better because it sucks some of your life force out. Let's start with that one. So we're gonna see if we can get a little pinch on you. We've got a 17 and an 18.
Hey, I'm gonna use a reaction and cast shield.
Smart.
Use all. What happens when robot doesn't travel with me?
Yes, use all the spell slots. I approve. And then, okay, we'll see. We're gonna have. Well, no, yeah. So Carbon and Mars, they can't not attack Mars. So Carbon misses unless you got an AC of 13.
No.
Cool. Mars. 19 and a miss. Unless your AC is 11.
No, it's 16.
Okay.
I think.
I'll continue. Do the damage first.
So
I'm going to intercept this one.
Oh, can you? Oh, yes. You can certainly give that a go. This is the one that sucks out life force. For 7.
5 minus 5, so just 2.
Cool.
Yeah. I got you.
You see one of them crawl up and start to glow, and you just bat it away. But one of the other ones was doing it too, you couldn't see. But yes, well done. Mars, you're now waist deep. You can even feel them pulling. Like one of your boots is starting to work itself off because they're pulling you down deeper into the hole. Or they're making a hole for you to fall into. What do you do?
Need my boat. My boot. I shoot with my pistol.
Yes. Still disadvantage.
Okay. This one. The lowest is 18.
Oh God, yeah, for sure.
Okay. And 1d8. That's percentile die. Percentile die. 1d8. 7 damage.
Beautiful. Oh, it matters which one you hit. So roll percentile for me.
I got 0, 0 on one and 3 on the other one.
That's a 3. Cool.
So 3.
Cool. None of them goes away, but they both look really bad. Like there's maybe only 15 individually moving things that you can see. There's stuff underneath the ground, obviously. Cool. That was Mars. Oh, go ahead and make a strength saving throw for me.
Okay. It's just 1, right?
Yep.
And 11.
No.
Oh,
Chest deep.
Okay.
It's not a high DC.
You can really just look those rib cages right in the eye.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Carbon. They're on their last legs and toes and pelvises and stuff.
Yeah. You'll be fine, Mars. Someone will get you out of there. Looks at Clover, and then
Where are my
proceeds to roll to smash the bones.
Yes. Do it.
Good choice of words.
21 to hit.
Yeah.
Percentile 66 damage was 14 again, plus the 2 fire.
Yep. And so you turn to, you just like multiple times just smash every moving bone that you can see in the area around Mars. So you killed the one that was trying to pull Mars under.
Oh, thank God.
All right, Clover. There's now maybe like 7 arms and legs and rib cages and spines
I'm
flopping
still
around.
focused on Mars. I'm just
Okay.
gonna do a strength check. 10.
Not quite. Cool. Min.
So there's still one of them over there wiggling, right?
Yeah.
I'll blast it.
Sure.
That's a 22
Yes.
or something.
Yes.
I don't need to do the percentile anymore for that.
You know,
right?
yeah, and you don't need to roll damage. I mean, you can,
Oh,
but
okay. I did. It's 10.
yeah, that's overkill. They were both at.
Okay.
By the way, they were both at 1 hit point.
Oh, nice.
So yeah,
If only your fire did 3 points of damage.
right. The good news is there is one of them that's completely fine, and it's all around you.
Yeah, it sure is.
So we're gonna see if we can't give it a little pinchy and suck out some more of your life. We don't give you a pinchy, but we might give you a thing with a 16. Spin another spell slot.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw for me.
Yep. Ooh. Time to go on. That's an 8.
Oh yeah.
Time to go under.
And that is 8 points of damage
Ow.
as they just
No,
yank.
spell slot. It's fine.
they start yanking you down. So now you are up to your knees. I guess you're probably digitigrade, so it would still be your knees.
Yeah.
Cool. That is their turn. It is Mars's turn. You are chest deep in a hole.
A little help over here.
Yeah, hang on, we're on our way.
Oh God, Carbon's on fire.
I am a little on fire, but at least I'm not burying you in the dirt.
It's true. Yet.
So there's There's
Scary.
nothing around Mars, correct?
Right. There's nothing currently holding you or pulling you deeper, but you are buried up to your chest to the ground. So if you would like to move, I'm going to say you probably need to make a strength or athletics check. Well, athletics, because that's always better than strength. And your first 5 feet will count as 10 feet because being buried up to your chest is technically difficult terrain.
Okay.
Probably.
Mars will attempt to move to get out of the hole.
Give me an athletics check.
Okay. Please be good. I need new dice.
You have new dice.
Got new dice.
Just haven't warmed them up.
It's a 7.
Oh no! The DC is lower because they're not holding on to you, but it's not that low. So you mostly just you put your elbows down and start pulling, and like maybe you wiggle yourself an extra 4 or 5 inches out, but you're pretty well stuck. You're not going to go any deeper.
Shoot the Mars. Just rotate. You can do that, right?
Can you
Oh,
just shift shape?
oh, hey! Out of curiosity, there, Mish. What is the thing I type into Major Bane?
No.
Type here. I'll type it for you. It won't do anything. It's use Major Bane. Like
Okay. We'll see if this works.
We'll see if it does. Oh, you know what? I made it so it was here. I made the wrong account. All right, now do it.
Okay. We're trying out the new bot.
All right. It's very upset. We'll just say that you used it, and
Okay.
we'll figure out what it's doing later.
Sure.
Oh, what's this?
So I'm using a Major Bane to say that as you're kicking and struggling to try to pull yourself out, and trying to find purchase with your legs to give yourself some leverage, you find something, you push down on it, and you can feel it give way beneath you. And you see Mars pull up about 4 inches and then whoop, flop down into a hole.
Hi, guys.
Yes.
Gosh dang it, Mars.
Well, I
I'm
mean, we've
making a
got
dexterity save.
a lot of yeah, you probably should actually make a acrobatics or dexterity save just to see if you hurt yourself on the way down. I wasn't going to do that, but it's quite possible that a rock could fall on your head and kill you.
I mean, I was also like bending over trying to help. So like I was in not a position to.
Well, you had pulled and it didn't work. So
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like I could have like been in that weird. You know what I'm saying?
if you would like to fall in too.
I figured I had to. I'm assuming Clover is like working with Mars here. That like Clover would have not been in a position to not fall, but I got a 20
Yeah.
with my dex save. So I might be okay. It's up to you.
I will say that you are there, but you, as this hole, kind of the edges collapse in a little bit and forms a little sinkhole that Mars disappears, and you stumble back, so you don't also fall.
Okay.
What'd you get there,
Mars got a
Mars?
16.
Yeah, you're fine. Bumps and bruises, but no hit points.
Yay.
Can Mars see in the dark?
Not without light.
Okay. So all you see is this kind of filtered gray. It's very dusty. But like you don't really have a chance to see what you're in, but you're in some sort of chamber. Cool. Carbon.
God. Do I help Min, or do I go after the idiot that I'm supposed to be keeping alive?
She'll be
Decisions,
fine.
decisions.
I've got men.
Yeah,
Over
yeah, I
did
might
you
also
say
be
that out
setting you
loud?
on fire if I come nearby, Min. Can I, like... hook my rope to the tree and then climb in down after Mars?
Yeah. Give me
Cool.
athletics if you would.
18.
Yeah. I'm gonna say
Cool.
you have to. It's an action to move. And with that, and you're moving with 18, you can move pretty quickly and confidently. You are now. Can you see in the dark?
I believe so. Do I have dark? Yes, I have dark vision.
So you can tell that there is some sort of man-made structure. Like you knew this was a mound that had grown up around some sort of collapsed structure. This is some sort of hollow. The ceiling or roof has largely collapsed, so the top surface is at an angle. And there's these big slabs of stone, and Mars somehow like kicked a piece of stone that was holding some of this scree in place and was kind of pulled down. And you see Mars at the bottom, partly buried in this pile of fresh scree, but then you see flagstone. And you kind of only see a little bit of a strip because you're kind of halfway down the hole. Unless you would like to let go. I would say you can let go as a free action and fall the rest of the way.
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Let go, let go, let go.
Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
That's a 9.
Oh no, you sprained your ankle.
Ouch.
1 point of damage.
Ow. That's fine.
I mean, you partly land on Mars, you partly land in the scree. It's just you feel a little bit of a twinge. Cool, that's your turn. Clover.
I move over and I use my action to help men.
Cool. They are going to try to kill Min. Oh no, Min gets to go first. Min is going to try to kill them so that Min is not killed.
Yes, I would like to do that. Since we're all here, I'm just gonna draw out that hand axe and give him old chopperoo.
Make an intelligence check for me first.
Sure.
Because Min's smart.
7.
Yeah, never mind. Pull out your hand axe
Yeah.
and do what?
I'm going to hit them.
Yes.
That's only an 8 to hit.
No, it misses. We have so many major boons. We have 2 major boons, 1 minor boon.
Yeah. I should try to use a major boon, I think.
It might be. It might be good. It might be.
It
good.
might be good. They are working on dragging me down greatly. That is a 25.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's called Dungeons and Dragons.
Please. No.
And then so that is 6 points of damage.
Okay.
It's still magic because my hand axe is
Oh, your hand axe is also. Oh, because of your thing. Yes.
because of my thing. Yeah.
Yes. Your hand axe appears to be more effective than the weapons of your friends.
Yes.
Beautiful. Now they get a chance to do some stuff.
Yeah. Oh, can I try to wiggle out
Yes.
With help?
String save with advantage. Good point.
with advantage? Oh, that advantage looks handy. You'll just grab your hand. 19.
You just with Clover's assistance, you pull yourself out and plant your hooves.
Yes.
Well, that's technically at the end of your turn. So they do get a chance again, but they can't pull you down further. So we've got a 11, which I don't think hits you,
No.
and a 16.
Yeah, I'm going to use that last spell slot. I'm done getting hit.
That's the one you don't want to get hit by, because it's the
Yeah.
one that's necrotic and pulls you down. So once again, you flash up your shield. And are you out of spells again?
Yeah, I know the spells again. You know what? I used it on 3 shields, taking this thing while you're fighting the swarm and going down holes.
Perfect. Love it. Mars. You are prone in a hole, blind. Not blind. I mean, you can see a little bit. You can start. You were able to see a lot more until Carbon's bulky form coming down a rope blocked most of the light out. What do you do?
Am I still stuck in some sort of pile of something?
No, it's. I mean, you've got dirt and rocks on you, but no, you're not stuck. You're just prone.
What does prone mean?
It takes half of your movement. Half of your movement to stand up.
Okay.
Or you can crawl around. You don't have to stand up.
I don't know. I don't know. Mars would probably stand up and stretch. Possibly try to make a perception check to see if they know anything is around.
I will say perception check with disadvantage because the best you've got is dim light.
Okay. The D20. The D20. Not that one. Was 14?
I think you can probably tell just by the sound, the little bit that you can see through the dim light. This is not a large space. Like the pieces of rock that are falling in and that you're kind of dodging as Carbon scrambles down, like they don't create big echoes. It's fairly close. Like you could probably just like wander out. You feel like you could just like wander out and touch a wall. It's just a little bit outside your vision. But you don't notice anything immediately dangerous or moving other than rocks and Carbon.
Fancy meeting you down here, Carbon. I
Yeah,
didn't die.
barely. You're welcome. Again, you owe me so much damn money now.
Barely.
It's
Oh
like the
God,
fifth
that's
time I've saved your
funny.
life in the past 3 days. What was that? Somebody's yelling something up there. I think that they're maybe having some problems. We don't gotta worry about that though. I don't speak muffled screaming.
So,
Can you
Mars,
eat me
is there
up
anything else? Is there anything else you would like to do other than just like
Request
stand up, dust yourself off, and look around?
that Carbon eat Mars out of the hole.
It's gonna be tough.
I don't think I'm gonna chuck you out of the hole. Maybe
It's gonna
throw you
be
over my shoulder and start climbing back out with the rope.
It'd be funny to see you just be
You just
ejected
see
from under
Mars get launched out of the hole.
You miss, and you just like
Talk
throw
about
Mars straight
in
into the ceiling.
retrograde.
Just, oh god. Yeah, no. If Mars is done, I'll just jump down, land, grab Mars, chuck him over my shoulder, and then start climbing back up the rope so that we can go help our friends.
Cool. Give me an athletics check with disadvantage because you're carrying someone. Oh, well, no, Mars isn't that heavy. Just make a regular one.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You had jumped down. Never mind. You can see.
Yeah.
There is it's all grayscale because dark vision. There is a very ornate tableau on the wall. It's cracked. There are parts of it that have flaked away. But at one time, the wall of this chamber was beautifully illustrated. You could even tell, because you can see, there's a window or window frame in the wall, but just behind it are jumbles of rock and soil and roots.
Cool. maybe somebody in the group knows things about this, which is probably a smart one that's getting eaten by bones or something.
Probably.
So that yeah, I'll make note of that, and we can come back in a minute.
But you're
Maybe
gonna
something little.
but you're gonna get up top first. Cool.
Yeah. I rolled a 20 to haul us out of
Oh
there.
yeah, for
Well,
sure.
15 plus 5, so
For
yeah.
sure. I'll say you take your move and your action, and get out, and then have
Yeah.
enough. That's 60, so it takes 40 to get up. So you can get most of the way over to them if you want to like drop Mars off and then head over
Yeah, I'll
in that direction.
get out of the pit, drop Mars, and then
Yeah.
start heading over to the drop.
Perfect.
Way over.
Clover.
Is the thing at 5 feet of me? The thing that's
Yeah.
trying to kill us?
Yeah, if
Okay.
you are within 5 feet of Ben, you are surrounded by it.
I attack. I have a longsword. And I don't attack. Because it's a natural 2.
What's the total?
6.
Yeah. We still have one major boon.
Oh.
Well, 2 even.
No.
We
Good.
used one. It didn't take it
Oh,
off.
no, we
Yeah,
did.
Rith
Rith gave us
redeemed
one.
one. Yeah, Rith
So-
redeemed one.
Oh,
so
okay.
used it.
Okay.
So just kind of,
Okay. So we have 2. Should I do it?
yeah,
Do
go
it.
for it.
Is it another roll? Is that what it is?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
reroll.
Ah, that would be 22.
Yes, that hits. Roll damage.
8. 4 plus, is it 2? I think it's 2, so I think it's 6. Let me just double check.
It's 4 plus either your dex or your strength,
Yeah.
whichever. Okay.
2.
So 6. So okay. It doesn't feel like it is as effective as you would have liked, but it does damage.
Can I unwavering mark it?
Sure.
Last question. Cool.
Min.
All right. Hit it with the hand axe.
Yeah.
That's a 12 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, I've rolled the wrong type of damage. Hooray. That is 9 points of damage.
Ooh. Lovely. Just you get low with that hand axe and just like a scythe chop through a bunch of these things. Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Let's see what they do. We've got a 18
Yep.
and an 11.
11
Are they trying to
misses.
attack? Are they trying to attack men?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Then they have disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target me.
Oh, because of your mark. So does a 17 hit you?
Yes.
Okay.
Clover
However,
tried, but I just take up so much space.
it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. However, that is only, what is that? 4 points of damage.
All right, all right.
Their pinchy pinches do a little bit less damage when there's less than half of them left.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
How many points of damage was it? I'm sorry.
It was 4.
I'm going to intercept that as well. 'Cause I can do that with every reaction.
is your mark a reaction as well?
The mark is a special. Yeah, just a special and
'Cause
just
you-
makes disadvantage. It wasn't.
Oh,
a
right.
reaction
It
to
doesn't
actually
require.
mark
Okay,
it.
perfect. Cool. Yes, good build. So,
1. Thank you. 1 plus 2, so 3 points. So just 1 point of damage is what you took.
Okay.
so a little tiny pinch. It's like maybe it's like a little rat skull bites you. Most of the bones are human or humanoid, to be clear, but there's some animals mixed in there and some stuff you can't really identify. Cool. That was their go. Mars, what you doing? You are now at the top of the hole. You're about 30 feet away from Min and Clover.
And Mars dash over and sneak attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you won't have advantage, but yes, because you are attacking something that is within 5 feet of that has one of its enemies within 5 feet of it, and you do not have disadvantage, you may sneak attack if you hit.
Okay, so they're going to attempt to shoot the bones.
Oh, you can do
with-
that from where you are
Oh, okay.
because it's arranged. If you're stabbing, then you need to get up next to them, but you can just shoot from where you are.
Mars is going to shoot from where they are.
Smart.
Oh shoot.
So D20 plus does an 18 hit?
For sure.
Okay.
So roll your regular damage and apply sneak attack.
So regular damage is a 10.
Cool.
Sneak attack damage or sneak attack, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sneak attack is 2d6.
Yep.
The sneak attack is 7.
Beautiful. So from a distance, Mars fans the hammer and just pew, 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 blasts every piece of remaining bone. Major Bane. All of that jostling and noise loosens the area of soil around you, and you fall in a hole again.
Mars finally does something and falls back in the hole.
Because we have a lot of Major Banes.
Carmen
Now
is
it's
pissed.
fine.
But there's a nice soft pile of sand and stuff, so you don't even have to worry. And it's a little bit more like a funnel now. So it's not that you like fall straight in. You just kind of like feel it go out from underneath you, and you do a little bit of a slide action, and then you wind up back in the hole. The rope is still dangling down. It's still attached to the tree for now. I will say that you
Mars.
feel the stones underneath you shifting a bit.
Jesus.
Rolling
but
stones?
For now, yes. For now, combat ceases. So what does everyone do?
Mars just starfish is on the ground for a moment.
I just hauled you out of there and now you're back in it. Do you just like holes or something? You want to go back in the pit? I'll chuck you in that one, Mars. Except first you gotta pay me and then I'll do it.
Very holy, I can't help it.
God.
You are not holy.
The floor collapses.
Final Major Bane. Man, there's like stuff in that hole that looks fancy and like it means something that I probably don't know about, but I reckon you might know about. So if you want to climb down the hole, because I gotta go down there and get Mars anyways.
And that's fair. That's fair. I guess I'll put away my weapons and climb down the hole.
Give me athletics. Anyone who's climbing down, just roll me athletics. It's not hard at all.
9.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You're going down. You think going up might be a little bit harder, but going down, you're okay. You maybe your hooves scrabble on the wall a little bit, but you don't fall.
All right. Oh yeah. Who has I tap one of the tools to make a little light, and I'm like, "Where's the Clover? You got that lantern?"
1 second. Lucky has it. Goes
The
over
horse
to
is just
Lucky.
chewing on it. Cool. So, anyone coming down? Give me the roll.
I got an 8.
Yeah, you maybe get a little bit of a rope burn, but you're okay. You don't fall.
What am I adding to the roll?
Athletics.
19.
Oh yeah. Just you one-hand it down, holding the lantern.
With the lantern on the other.
Yep.
Show off.
So you're all down in this little cramped room. You do feel the slabs of stone beneath you rocking a little bit. And maybe you could hear little pieces of debris falling in the gaps between, and it sounds like there's another hollow area below you.
Okay.
I jump.
No.
Pogo stick.
Grab Clover.
Yeah, both of us grab Clover. You just swing
And just-
between us.
Yeah, hold Clover up in the air.
I jump, but I don't land.
Just holding him halfway up the ground.
But you're in what was, and now that you have a chance to look at it in bright light, and it's not just a few moments as you're trying to deal with combat, you're probably in what was the corner of a room, and it's tilted ever so slightly, so clearly collapsed, and the fact that there's a window suggests that it has subsided significantly, or somehow the land is built up around it. You don't know, but there is the stonework. The stoneworking here is very, very high quality. Very, very old, obviously in ill repair, but there is some sort of like maybe I forget what it's called, where you paint on wet plaster. That type of fresco sort of arrangement. A very lovely. No, it's there's a particular technique of painting on wet plaster as opposed to dry plaster, but it's a lovely pastoral scene. And it's almost like, it's hard to say, but it's almost like someone, if this window looked out on something beautiful as opposed to a nasty, gross desert, it's like someone took the time to like extend the view, right? Who would like, someone should probably give me like a, maybe geography? Is that a thing?
Is that a thing?
You're
I know-
playing a different game.
Yeah, I'm thinking old. I don't have any of your things open.
You're good. Probably nature is probably the closest.
Nature,
or history.
history, or just a straight int check.
All of those would be the same for me, so I'll just go ahead.
Don't look at carbon.
21.
Yeah. As you look at it, and it's a little bit damaged, but Clover brings the Everbright lantern over, and you get a close look. You recognize some of the features. And you do a little calibration, like look up and like, okay, wait a second, what's above here? The painting on the wall is the scene that a window would have looked out of if it was above ground and maybe like 10, 15 feet above ground.
Mhm.
And you can even see in the distance, off kind of like partially in the area where the window would be, but then to the immediate left of the window, you see several low but very graceful buildings. You see a very familiar obelisk or tower. And above the window, partially obscured by the collapse of the roof, is some massive white structure. And as you look down, you can see that below the sill of the window, this tower-like structure descends to the ground. It is lush, it looks fertile, and doing your calculation, that tower looks like it sits in about the position that the current pit is.
Interesting.
Looking at this painting, it seems that maybe all the pretty stuff got sucked into this painting, and that's why this valley's so ugly. Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
what this painting is. It's magic.
That's
That
it
would
for
make
sure.
sense. Yeah, I like your train of thought.
I'm just gonna
Very
let
logical.
them. I'm just gonna let them keep doing that.
Now, who would be in a best position? Maybe Min or Mars. I would like, let's say both of you. Give me a history check.
16.
Six.
Yeah, you have no idea. Min, you have seen some similar architecture. Some old structures down on the south end of the continent. This is of elven make. The elves abandoned, many of them abandoned this continent hundreds of years ago. A few remained in isolated enclaves, but when the Farron Empire invaded, they all skedaddled. But it looks like, just from your estimation, assuming that the painting itself is not overly stylized or, you know, an exaggeration, if this is indeed what it looks to be, is like a trompe l'oeil of like making this entire wall a realistic representation, because it is very almost photorealistic, or probably was before it, you know, sat under the ground for hundreds of years. This would have been a major settlement, and especially that tower.
Yeah.
Massive, because it's at some distance and it takes up the entire wall.
Cool. Well, I guess it makes sense. It was sitting on top of a bunch of resources like the ghost crystal. This would be a major hub. I'm explaining, oh, we see the architecture here is the elf tower, and as we know, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's exactly what Carvin hears. Blah 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 blah.
The elf tower. Wah 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 wah.
What?
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
wrong?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, I had it right.
Real fascinating. I knew you'd know what it was. See, that's why I brought you down here.
And as a reward, I will say that you, as you're examining, you do find some rather odd roots that you think might have unusual properties.
Oh, right, for your spell.
Right.
Next time we'll go investigate the thing that's not by a bunch of skeletons.
Yeah.
Yes, these roots are for the grassroot movement, right?
Well, now all you need is charcoal and incense.
Yeah.
That
Well,
should be-
carbon seems to burn plenty of things. Let's go find some trees.
We probably just made a bunch of carbon from those skeletons.
Well,
I'm sure.
And you never know. Ooh, you could certainly take some. You did burn skeletons. You could try it. You could try it. Now all you need is incense. Assuming it all works. So you gather up charred ancient bones and weird creepy roots from deep in the earth in some sort of probably very haunted location. Now all you need is some incense. And to crawl out of this hole. Or you can live here.
Yeah, I'm climbing out after we've made this educational discovery.
Yes.
Yeah. I would like out of the horn.
As the last of you crawls out, the floor that you were standing on collapses and falls down to what was probably a lower story. And then tentacles come out now. Tentacles was last episode. Cool. So yes, you crawl back out into the oppressive heat. The wind has picked up though. It's still hot.
Can we go back underground? It was a lot cooler down there.
It was a little cooler down in that hole. It was very cool down in the pit. Yeah.
Yeah,
So nice.
Calling for the pit. Yeah.
No, you know what we need? Just another nap. Really, just make sit down.
I feel like somebody was using a lot of magic or something.
I don't know. Maybe somebody was. I say, covered in little skeleton wounds. I got 9 hit points, gang.
You still have teeth like stuck to your skin.
Oh yeah, you're pulling teeth out of your hide. You can all certainly.
I have 8.
You can all certainly take a short rest and spend as many hit dice as you would like to get back up to full.
Yeah.
A long rest is going to be tough because you literally just got up.
Yeah.
Meta,
I think you're
I'm sapping your
underestimating-
resources to make
I know.
the next thing more challenging.
You underestimate my ability to sleep. No, the short rest would be great.
Yeah, sure.
Do I do another one? Yeah, why not?
I assume everyone's getting up to full or close to full, so just mark off however many hit die it takes.
Yeah.
So you post up in the meager shade provided by this dead hangman's tree. Probably you see off in the distance some people, like they're looking out at the sky, trying to figure out what's going on, if there's a storm going to hit, and then they see, it's like, are those people out? Are they having a picnic on Hangman's Hill? That's gross.
Surrounded by bones.
Yeah. But it's fine. But yes, you take a breather, patch up the little bite marks and scrapes from the swarms of, super undead, but minor. And even as you're resting, the little shivers of bone, like every once in a while, you'll all feel a little something, and you can feel the crystals shifting in your pouches and pockets. And when they do, the little slivers of bones that have been smashed and burned just kind of vibrate a little bit, but they can't really pull themselves together.
Do I know this to be a normal property of Ghost Crystal? To animate inanimate things?
Ghost Crystal doesn't have normal properties exactly.
Well, yeah.
And this is an exceptionally large quantity. But it is known to be extraordinarily useful in all sorts of magical workings. It is condensed magic, basically. So who knows what it can do?
Apparently can bring bones to life ish.
Yeah.
It's completely normal that it does that.
We should not be carrying that around in a mass gravesite.
We could probably sell this. I know a lot of older men have problems with that.
In Target Clover, you got problems.
A rock falls, someone dies. It's fine.
Clover gets struck by lightning.
Maybe.
Comet falls out of the sky. It just happens.
Well,
Oh god.
you have 2 missions at hand. Acquire incense and figure out what the heck you're going to do at midnight.
Let's get the incense first. We still have some time to kill.
Yeah.
Head over to Morel's.
You're real insistent about the incense. I got tired of
Really
Stop.
incense. No,
Stop.
can't. It's too hard.
Exactly,
Yeah,
it's
no,
hard
no.
to do it.
It's
I
hard to
already
say
made that one anyways.
This is a whole other game all of a sudden. Anyway,
Dungeons and Dragons.
yes. Oh, God. That's like a double bad. Bad, wrong, fun. Anyway, so who is going to try to cajole, charm, persuade Morel to make off with some of that lovely incense that she probably has to keep the place from smelling too bad?
Mars.
Cool.
Uh,
Who do you look
They
like
will-
right now, by the way?
So during their time at Morel's, they've discovered who Morel's favorite worker is.
Okay.
So they look like the teacher's pet.
Okay. Cool. So I think that's going to be two things. I think the first thing is going to be a deception check at advantage
Okay.
to see if Morel picks up that there's something off about her favorite.
Okay. Deception. There. So it's advantage, right?
Yes.
Where Clover says, "Hey, Mark."
Right.
Don't touch that. Where is it? The highest is an 11.
We have major boons, if you would
I will
like.
use a major boon
Probably a good idea.
to reroll both.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Oh, that's better. The highest is 18 plus 4, which
Yes.
is 22.
Lovely. Yes, she is perhaps a bit distracted. She's kind of thinking like if a storm, and maybe she's talking to one of the girls. If a storm comes, we're gonna have to batten down the hatches. We got to find a way of getting these ruffians out of here because we don't want to be locked up in a storm with these half drunk yokels. It's better to let them. Besides, they could all use some time out in the rain, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. So, and she sees you coming up and says, "Oh yes, dear. What can I do for you?"
Do you have any of your fancy incense that we use to charm the customers, if you know what I mean? I just ran out of mine, and I have a customer waiting who wants some of the good stuff, if you
Ew.
know what I mean.
She says, "Yeah, of course I know what you mean. I run a warehouse. You don't have to be subtle with me." But yes, go ahead and see how persuasive you are.
Okay. Persuasion. That's just one. It's an 11.
Okay. Well, supplies are running low, sweetie. So I'm gonna have to say you might want to have to, chip into the kitty if you want to take more than your fair share. There's a lot of girls that have to deal with the aromatic locals that would like to have the good stuff. So I'm gonna have to charge you for it. But if you've got a paying customer, it shouldn't be a problem now, should it?
It's totally fine.
Cool. 5 gold.
Okay.
Good news is that's total payment is still half of what you would have had to have paid if you bought it in like a city. And you now have all 3 of the components that you need. What do you all do? It's say now 2:00 in the afternoon. You have
Well, Clover was actually the paying customer, and Clover is still waiting.
okay.
God.
Wow. Fade to black.
Can Mars cast Find Familiar?
Yes, in Morel's parlor.
No, they're gonna go to the attic.
Okay. So Mars is going to
Where
sneak
is
off to the attic. Where's everyone else going? Or are you going to all 4 of you try to tromp up to the attic?
No, that doesn't seem.
Clover is leaning, hanging back with Lucky.
Okay, so goes back outside and hangs out with Lucky. What is everyone else doing?
I already gambled.
They're probably giving you stink eye when we went inside.
Yeah. Hey, man, where are you going?
Back to the shop across the street, I guess. Nothing else to do.
Mind if I tag along?
Yeah, you guys can just loiter if you would like.
Yeah.
It gives you a few minutes to do something if you wanted to do anything. Otherwise, you can just loiter around and wait for Mars. So Mars, do you tell them what you're doing, or are you just like, I'll be right back? Because I don't think you've explained why you needed those particular components.
Yeah, and while you're spending the money, you owe me to buy it.
I'm gonna go find a bird.
Find a bird? Oh, that's what you're telling them. Yeah, I have to see
Yeah.
a man about a bird.
I mean, I could show you plenty of birds, Carbon. It don't cost me 5 gold.
I got 2 in my hands right here for you.
Right.
No, it's a special bird that sits on my head, and
Called a hat. I'm sorry,
Yes,
darling.
we could have picked up a tumbleweed outside and put that on your head.
Yes.
Here, you want my hat?
no,
Cool.
Why do you need a bird on your head, Mars?
Maybe it's the latest fashion.
Eh.
Like there's feathers and caps, but have you heard of bird is a cap?
Just the whole bird.
A lot
That would be
of feathers.
mighty unsanitary.
The whole bird.
I think there must be lead in the water in Ditchwater Gulch. Just saying.
I mean, have you looked at the river here?
Yeah, there's probably all kinds of stuff. Dysentery for sure. Anyway, so Mars sneaks up to the attic and takes a few minutes to summon a little creature. Would you like it to be Fae, Celestial, or Fiend?
That holds its breath.
what's the difference?
Well, Fae are Fae. Fairies and stuff. Celestial are like angels and stuff. And Fiends are like devils and demons. Mechanically, it doesn't matter. It's just like curious what your choice is.
Hold up. So the order you said
Fae, Fiend,
was-
Celestial. Or Fae, Celestial, Fiend, or whatever. Yeah.
doesn't help me. Celestial.
Cool. It's not Celestial, it's undead.
Okay.
Because you used charred bones from undead creatures as one of the components and some weird root from a very haunted place as the other component. So you think, oh yes, I'll call it a spirit of light from the heavens to come down and take the form of what type of animal?
An owl?
An owl. So you intend to call forth a beautiful, fluffy, snowy white owl with golden eyes. You do. It's just that it's that only after it's been dead for like 6 months. It is skeletal. But as soon as you summon it, you can feel your mind linked to it. And it seems perfectly happy. And you can't, yes, and it turns its head around like 290 degrees in a really creepy way. You can hear the little vertebrae click, click, click as it does, but it seems very pleased to be here. Almost like the place that it was before wasn't very pleasant. Anyway, so now you have a creepy skeletal owl that you can take with you wherever you go.
And I put it on my head.
Cool.
Thanks.
The rest of you are
And I
loitering
join the
outside
others.
as you hear you hear the conversation and the camaraderie cease inside Morel's parlor. And you wonder what's going on in there. And then you see Mars tromp out through the swinging doors with an owl skeleton on their head.
Now I'm even more confused about
I pulled out my
fashion
gun.
aspect. Is this fashionable? To wear bones
I mean,
on
the
your
owl
head?
skeleton cocks its head at you.
And it's alive-ish.
Yeah.
Why is it like that? Mars, what did you do?
Did you find one? Did you bring it back? You should put it back at the tree where you found it.
No, it's my familiar. I casted find familiar. It's my familiar.
Makes
Oh.
much more
Don't hurt
sense.
it.
Yeah, maybe we should have gotten different charcoal.
I mean, it was
And a
what we
less
had
creepy
at the
root.
time.
It's true.
You
It's
sure,
something.
you sure you want to wear it on your head?
Yeah, that's gonna draw a mighty lot of attention, Mars. Like it already did.
Yeah, there's a few people who are like peeking. They pulled the little, kind of ratty lace curtains back and are looking through the dirty windows like, did that thing just move? Yeah, people are a little creeped out. I mean, they probably would have been weirded out by an actual owl sitting on your head, but a creepy undead one is a little much. Good news is they're all like almost all blind drunk, so they probably it's not going to cause an immediate problem, but it's a little creepy. Well, now you have your familiar. What do you do with it? Wear it like a hat.
Mars has a note that they wanted to send with it.
Yes. So you pull the owl onto your wrist, stroke its bones. It reacts in pleasure. It does this like it's puffing out its feathers. Of course, the feathers have long rotted away. And you tie a little note around one of its skeletal talons, whisper a few instructions to it, and then toss it up into the air. And it falls to the ground and clatters into pieces. No, it doesn't. It, as it extends its wings, there's a pulse of black, purplish light that forms a shadowy flesh around the wings and the body. So this weird, shadowy owl form flies off into some random direction, probably never to be seen again.
Well, that was
Who knows?
creepy.
And as soon as it's 100 feet away, you lose telepathic communication with it, but it will do its best to follow your instructions.
Yep.
Unless it runs into a paladin, in which case... But you probably even told it, don't be seen by other people because they will probably try to kill you. So good.
Yeah.
Well, that's half your day. What do you do now?
Clover's not there anymore. Clover left during the conversation on Lucky. She's going to the bridge.
You
Well,
got...
she's really going to the pit, but...
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
But,
Well,
the bridge is the point between.
Yeah, this all took, 20 seconds. So you're not, you have, but you do see now Clover's...
Saying, before Mars went upstairs. As soon as Mars went upstairs and there was a bit of a moment where Clover felt like she could go to the pit that's been calling her.
Okay.
Clover went unlucky.
Cool.
So it's probably been 5-10 minutes. I don't know how
Oh,
long.
no. A couple of minutes. Yeah. Enough for everyone to realize that Clover has taken off. But not so long that you can't see Clover in the distance.
Okay,
Riding
I
off.
didn't know how long the spell took for Find Familiar.
I don't know, man. Maybe it took less time because of all the weird extra magic stuff sitting around, like your pockets full of ghost crystal.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Running off after Clover to be like, where are you going?
Oh, and by the way, all the rats that died in the walls at Morel's were probably also reanimated when you cast that spell. They just haven't found a way to chew out yet. Cool.
I don't know if you can catch up with Clover on her pony.
Yeah. Well,
40
the
feet.
question is whether you are walking, or whether Lucky is walking, or whether you are fleeing.
It's less walking, less fleeing. So the thing right in the middle of the horses too. It's
Like a trot.
Like a trot.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trotting.
Yeah. Which means that Mars could catch you.
Mars, go stop him.
Because Mars can move 90 feet around.
Okay.
If you move action, bonus action dash. The rest of you could basically mostly keep up. You might lose a little bit of ground if you're running.
Well, what's up, Mars? You gonna come with us? Me and Lucky were just gonna get some shade in that nice, cool area. Way nicer down there, wasn't it? Besides, we got the storm
Yeah.
coming in. Oh, Min and Carbon coming with us as well?
We're huffing and puffing back there.
Yeah.
They're coming slowly, but they're coming. They're good.
I forgot to tell Mars what to say.
Or it's like, I guess we are going back in the hole.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, what's that?
Can Rogue? Can Mars charm Clover?
Depends on how pretty
with-
those eyes are.
with the spell charm person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, no, don't go into the hole. Come back.
So you cast charm person on Clover, which means Clover needs to make a what kind of save? Wisdom, I think, but the
Usually
spell will tell you.
Yeah. Wisdom saving throw.
So Clover, make a wisdom saving throw.
10, which is probably not enough.
I am certain it's not enough. I'm not sure what your save DC is, but it's above 10. I assume. I don't know how it could be less than that. So you now have advantage on persuasion, deception kind of stuff against Clover, because Clover is just like, So if you would like to
Those are
persuade,
pretty eyes.
yes, if you would like to persuade Clover to do something, you may attempt with advantage.
Okay. Mars will attempt to persuade Clover to stop
Yes.
and come back to them.
Lovely.
Yeah,
We're just gonna
okay.
do a dice off, like 2 versus 1.
No, it's just oh yeah. No, it's not. Hold on. You regard them as a friendly acquaintance. We'll see. Roll it up and we'll see. Because maybe it's a 20 or a 19, in which case don't worry about it. I'm gonna set it as the DC of the reason that you want to go back to the crystal. Because that's what it really has to overcome, is the
What
curse
do I
that you're
activate?
constantly under. Oh, no roll. There's a DC for the effect of the crystal on you. And this is really my way of saying, is Mars persuasive enough to overcome?
So I roll 2d20.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And add your
And-
persuasion.
And I take the higher, right?
Yes.
So 23.
Oh yeah, that far exceeds the DC. So, Clover is. I mean, it's not like the the allure of that crystal chamber and your lovely little tentacled friends down there goes away, but it'll be there. It'll be there tomorrow. Be there later. I mean, they've been down there for hundreds of years. It'll always
Oh,
be
could
there
we?
waiting. Yes. You have all the time in the world to just chill out and observe the mother crystal. You can almost feel it singing to you as you speak. But Mars is lovely and your friend.
Small.
And Min and Carbon come trotting up sweating, and you're like, oh, sorry, guys. Cool.
Listen, we don't have time to go on another excursion somewhere. I didn't even grab Robot. And we got a plan for tonight. Let's just go find some shade somewhere and we can talk about it out here.
Yes,
I mean, there's shade everywhere right now.
it's true.
Oh,
the
somewhere.
first fat drops of rain begin to fall, kicking up little puffs of dust. Don't know if that's gonna be it or if it's actually gonna rain. It's not that unusual that you get little showers of rain. It is quite unusual that you get a nice sustained rain. Hard to tell. None of you's a druid.
Oh, this might be ironic, but I really don't like being wet, so we should find somewhere in case it does start actually raining.
What do you do?
I think the closest place at this point's the bridge. I have no idea, actually. I'm just...
Bridge doesn't protect you from rain, Clover.
Well, there are. So you can go back to town. We'll say that Clover made it across the little bridge. So it's right there in the town. It's a couple hundred feet from where you were.
Oh, no, I was thinking the North Bridge.
Oh,
sorry.
no, yeah, the little South Bridge, and has started to make your way up. So you guys are probably near those natural arches. Now, those are pretty tall and aren't going to offer a lot of protection from the rain, unless the wind isn't blowing at all. There are some caves or maybe like some early boreholes for where they were trying to see if the veins of silver continued across in the easternmost cliffs or mesa. But apparently they weren't. This is the place where the teenagers go and hang out. They're not supposed to, but they do a little canoodling over here. So there are some caves that you could seek that are relatively nearby that you could seek cover in, or you could head back into town. You're maybe 5 minutes out of town.
Caves.
They're closer. Of course, it's not raining hard, but
Yeah, but just in case.
Yeah,
And
we can
also,
hang out in the caves. What's the odds that there'll be something bad inside of them?
nothing.
But I don't want to go back to where I've been staying because that device has been seen about. So
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I don't want to talk about our plans for tonight near it. So
Oh, we
Yes.
go in that cave. There's 100% chance there's something bad in it.
I mean, true. So yeah, you lead Lucky over, or ride Lucky over, and everyone else follows. And it's not super wide. Like it's maybe on average about 5 feet wide, but it does open up quite a bit. There actually are 2 cave openings that are very next to each other. So think or maybe they join like right near the edge of the cliff. So you go into a little depression, which is more than large enough for Lucky. And then you have kind of one that goes straight in towards the cliff and one that angles down to the south a little bit. So you're sheltered. You don't have to even go into the caves proper, but you've got enough cover that you're not going to get drenched. So what do you do?
Clover kind of stands on the edge of the cave. Clover likes to get by every now and again. Clover's fine with it. Still listening, still part of the group. Just enjoying the rain.
Yeah.
be a little further in, purposely not lighting any fires.
Yeah.
So tonight, the plan: we want to sell some amount of our crystals to get money, and we want to indicate that that is all of the crystals, so they don't come back.
Yes.
So we're going to give them all of the crystals?
No, we aren't giving them. We're exchanging them for money. And
All of them?
And not all of them.
Not all of them.
Oh.
Because I want some, personally. And I think we could, if we give him too much, he's going to think that there's going to be a lot more. But if we're like, we scraped, we got the last bits here, and give him some big ones and then a bunch of tiny ones. Right.
You know, they
So that
vibrate.
looks
They have a
nice.
good purpose. You're probably right. I should probably keep at least one.
Yes, you should keep at least one. So who wants to do the talking? He's expecting the dwarf man. I feel like one of us could look like a dwarf man.
Yeah, that might be mighty useful,
If
Mars.
someone could just take another form that looks like the guy whose name we might even remember.
All right,
Drogon.
I get it, y'all. I'm a halfling and I look like a dwarf. I'll do it.
Clover,
No, Clover.
you just need to stop talking.
I can do it.
Just sit there and look pretty, Clover. Come on.
Yeah, just go sit on your pony and strike a pose. Yeah, Mars, you're doing it.
Okay.
It's part of your repayment.
Okay.
And also all the money you make off of your ghost crystal is, we'll call it even after that.
Okay.
All right. So let me sort out what you should be selling. I can probably have a good estimate of making it look like a sizable amount, but also make it look like it's the end, like getting some of the smaller pieces up in there and stuff like that.
Yep. Make an intelligence check with advantage for me, because you have you have much more background than anyone on like the potential commercial value, which ones are higher quality versus lower quality.
Oh, it's been a long time. 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
You start to make a little piling, like, oh wait, no, this one's kind of high quality. Maybe not that one, or maybe should I put one that's high quality in, and just talk about how it was like really hard to find. You're not quite sure. You're better at appraising it than you are at thinking about the best way to deceive someone.
Yes. That would seem accurate for me. So appraisals doing, I don't know, I assume we should all stand around in case things break bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know if all of us should be immediately present, because not all of us look like the folks that are normally around here. And by folks, I mean me, the Minotaur.
Yeah. Well, I'll go with Mars at very least. I mean, I've already been mining, so it ain't like I ain't familiar with the people.
Yeah.
But and there was that unfortunate accident, so I got brought into the loop to help out as a hired hand.
Yes, the unfortunate accident.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with me getting hanged or nothing.
Yep.
Right. It's fine. Sure, it's fine. So, what? I mean, are you basically just gonna chill here until it's time to head over?
Probably about like a couple hours before, because I'm sure we know the location that we need to go, so I can find a hiding spot for me and Robot to look like, I don't know, crates,
Yes.
other non-moving things.
Yeah.
And just
So
kinda-
so maybe you make your way over that, like a little bit after dusk. There's still enough light in the sky that you don't have to, like, as long as you're careful, you don't have to carry a torch or expose your lantern, so you don't like give any sense that you're moving that direction or someone's headed over there. By that point, good news is there wasn't enough rain to cause a lot of problems immediately. You at some point, even Clover had to step into this overhang because just the wall of the butte was just sheeting with water. It was quite heavy rain, but only for maybe 15 minutes and then a bit of a drizzle. But almost as quickly as it came, it passed and then rolled down into the valley. And as you come out, you can see, first of all, gorgeous sunset. And you can see just sheets of rain cutting across the horizon to your south. And I mean, this has been a very short period of time, but as you finally step out and start making your way, you are struck by an intoxicating aroma, and the landscape is transformed. Bright yellow and gold and pink flowers, the cacti, the scrubby, thorny shrubs, even the little grasses that typically look so dry have flushed with green and flowered. It's a riot of color and scent as these plants that have been waiting for water just go through their entire life cycle of flowers and just the buzzing of insects that typically hide, or either hang out by the water or hide even in hibernation in the sand, come out. So there's creaking of little toads and whirring and cheeping of a variety of insects, and just this lovely kind of almost too much wash of like floral and spicy and citrus aromas. And with the flashing of the thunder to the south, and then the moon rising in the east, cresting over the bluff, it's quite lovely. I mean, it's a little spooky, but it's nice. And the ground here, absorbs water very, very quickly when it's not so much that it creates washes and flash floods. So it's a little damp. The sand tends to stick to you. But it's nice. It's a nice walk. And you make it to, I guess it would be the east side of the old ruined bridge up north. The sides of that massive, tall obelisk or tower reflecting in the moonlight. Maybe.
Did we go back through town, or were we on the west side of the bridge? So we're on the west side of the bridge, right?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
West side.
All right.
Yes, the old ruined bridge. And now that you look at it closely, Min, pretty sure that's of elven make as well.
I'm positive this is some dwarvish made bridge here, y'all. I've studied this when I was at my family's school back at home. Yeah.
I will ask you in Dwarvish. I'll ask you in Dwarvish. Oh, you speak Dwarvish then? Did you study that?
Clover
Carvin understands
common, but Clover speaks in common, but with a dwarvish accent.
Yes.
He's just speaking dwarvish.
Carvin will respond to Min in Dwarvish and be like, I don't think that they know Dwarvish.
I don't think so either.
Yes. So from a distance, it sounds like you're all having a coughing fit. Yes. So, what do you do?
Mars also doesn't understand Dwarvish.
You have plenty of time.
I'm going to... Well, maybe. I need to find a place to hide. I need to go get Robot, too, I guess. Because I don't want to... Listen, we'll just get the tarp on him. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, those caves are not far from town. You could have gone there first and then headed back up.
Yeah, that's probably what we did.
Yeah. So I'll probably grab what I needed to hide in that would be weird to see here. So I guess, I don't know.
Some canvas, some wagon canvas from the shop.
Yeah.
I actually have a fake cactus that I take with me on my trips, and I wear that.
Cactus gang.
Okay.
Very good.
So Clover is going to be a cactus. Min is going to be a sand dune.
Yeah.
Carbon is going to be a bear person on fire.
And all it actually is Clover having a spiky helmet on. It looks kind of like a cactus, and her arms just bent
Sure.
Oh God.
Just is a cactus.
Yes.
Are you sure you don't want to get underneath the canvas, look like an abandoned wagon or something?
This has always
I
worked in
shoved
the
the
past.
cactus and it fell in the sand and we buried it under the tarp with Min.
Clover hasn't moved. Clover's staying as a cactus.
Yes. Method acting.
Yeah, there you go. Falling over cactus in the dunes. They say if the tarp blows away, you have a secondary cover.
All right. So we hide out there, and I guess we'll let the two of you figure out if you're just going to wait there for him or...
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes.
If we went back to town, is it possible for Mars to have plucked some fleece from a room?
Yeah. And if it has no, and to be clear, if the material component has no cost, then either your arcane focus, or which you do have, or if you don't have one of those, a component pouch would have it. So common materials like a little bit of fleece or a little tiny mirror or whatever, those things you have with you. It's really only those material components that specify a cost that you have to worry about acquiring. But yes, you can certainly have grabbed a little bit of fleece to, make sure that you have it just in case.
Okay.
You fleeced them.
Yes. Well, Clover was for sure fleeced. And shortly, like somewhere in the midst of it raining, Clover kind of like, you charmed me. Because in this edition, when you charm person, when it ends, the person knows you charmed them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clover kind of looked at Mars and then just hated Mars from then on out.
Uh-oh.
But not like hate, but just like, huh.
How dare you?
I don't like Mars anymore.
I was just going to go hang out with my tentacle face friends.
Wait for like 6 more hours, then you can do whatever to them. Until then.
Yeah.
Once I get paid, it's fine.
Cool. So yeah, you have all the time in the world to prepare. For those of you who are hiding or disguising yourselves, I would like you to roll that, but with advantage because you have all the time in the world to prepare. Even if your advantage is silly, even if your disguise is super duper silly and shouldn't work, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Well, they stopped that. So.
What skill?
Stealth?
Disguise, or hide. If you can be seen. Oh, there isn't a disguise. Yes, stealth.
Okay.
We'll call it that for both. There's a disguise kit that you could use if you're proficient with it. You could add that to a dexterity roll, let's say, but stealth is probably the best thing.
Yeah, 16.
Cool.
Well,
cool. I'm sure that'll work really well.
Oh gosh.
Does Mars need to roll?
You will need to roll deception as soon as anyone sees you, particularly anyone who might have met Drogon before.
Mars met Drogon, right?
Yes.
Yes, you helped to kill Drogon.
Yeah, Drogon nearly killed you.
Yes.
Okay.
You got up close and personal with Drogon. But not in a good way. He was hacking at you and trying to shooting you, trying to kill you.
Yeah.
So there's that. So you have a very good idea of what Drogon looks like, especially when he's angry and filled with murderous rage. So there's that. Or looking disappointed because he didn't get to hang someone.
Or dead.
Yeah, or dead. You could be dead Drogon if you want. I would give you double advantage if you want to just like lie in the middle of the bridge dead.
Oh, we should do that and then have all of us surrounding the dead body.
Yeah, that's not sus at all.
Grab all those skeletons over. Why not?
Sure.
They'll probably come back to life and not hurt us.
Yeah, well, you have all that ghost crystal. You could just make a bunch of skeletons. You could just try.
Yeah.
Who knows?
No.
So, is there anything anyone else wants to do? So, Carbon, are you out as like one of the other miners?
Yeah, so I probably grabbed a pickaxe or something.
Sure.
Just have that over my shoulder because that's convincing.
Because miners walk around with pickaxes, especially when they're, half a mile out of town or a mile or two out of town. But whatever.
Yeah. I got to keep it with me in case somebody steals it.
It's true.
Just in case.
And then Mars is Drogon. Clover is a very still cactus that now that it is full night and the moon has risen, a number of moths and butterflies are flapping around in the night, in the much cooler night air, looking for sips of nectar. And they all are very disappointed when Clover does not sprout blossoms for them. They do land on you, though. It tickles. And Min is miserable underneath the tarp.
Do my best.
Got sand in your fur. It's all good.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's the plan again?
I don't know. You never made a plan. Not really.
Yeah, so Carmen's probably gonna pep talk Mars. Okay. Be like, all right, you're just gonna be the foreman. You know what that is? That's the guy that's in charge. So you gotta act like you're in charge. And you know what you're talking about. Which is that we went to the mine, we scraped out the last of the ghost crystals, and we're selling them to this feller, and that's it. But you gotta be convincing that we, cleared out the mine so that they leave and don't come back. Because I don't really want to deal with the Empire breathing down our necks.
Okay.
Cool.
And if you get the Empire breathing down my neck, the debt is not settled.
Can Mars like when the person comes at the point use the cantrip minor illusion, which is the reason they needed the fleece to like create an illusion of ghost crystal, like this is what we got.
You have actual ghost crystal, but you want to instead present the illusion?
Yeah.
We're giving
no.
them ghost
No,
crystals.
don't do that.
Okay.
You
never
can.
mind.
It's fine. We can part with some of the real crystal.
You would know
We'll still
that
have more.
any physical interaction with the minor illusion will reveal it to be, like, as soon as they go, oh, let me see, and touch it and go, oh, you can cast magic. That's interesting for a foreman of a mine. Doesn't mean you can't do it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And then probably, I don't know, I guess we probably determined which ghost crystals we were going to hand over.
Min made a roll to see, and certainly succeeded at not making it too much. It was more the, how do I sculpt the selection to really reinforce the notion that we scoured the place.
Yeah. So make sure that Mars has that bag of crystal.
Yes.
All right. You just give him the ghost crystal, tell him it's the last of it. We get our money. You and I are settled. And we all go our merry, happy ways. Because I'm sure as hell gonna go sell this stuff somewhere else. Once we're done.
All right. So, it's very close to midnight. Is everyone set?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anyone keeping watch, or are you just like trying to get an advanced notice, or are you just waiting there at the foot of the bridge, or maybe in the middle of the bridge?
Yeah, Carbon's probably keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I can't see anything underneath this cart.
Right. Make a perception check for me, Carbon.
I have some perception. No, I don't. That's a 3.
And do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay. Still technically disadvantaged, but it doesn't matter. We don't worry about that stuff. But yeah, you are being very wary. You're being careful not to like whip your head around or be obvious about looking, because you don't want to seem too nervous. But you are the one who's like, and you're taller, you're kind of looking around, just keeping all of your senses aware. You maybe just slowly look around every time you hear a weird noise. There's now that the insects are out, little desert mice are out, like catching the insects. You've got grasshoppers hopping in your hair every once in a while. The night is alive in a way that it normally isn't around here. So there's a number of things you hear because the rodents are out, the snakes are out. So there's a lot of things to be aware of. Yes, and Clover is just covered, probably in locusts. But anyway, as you hear something behind you, you kind of turn to look. And then as you turn back to continue watch, there's a figure. We'll say you're at the foot of the bridge. There's a figure standing in the center of the bridge. Cloaked. Dark clothing. Standing. Stock still.
Give Mars a little nudge.
Mars will walk over with the ghost crystal.
Yes. Go ahead and give me a deception and advantage.
Advantage? Okay.
I mean, you look like him, but do you move like him?
Advantage is the highest, so that's 22.
Ah, well, you apparently passed muster. Did you find what I asked? The voice is hollow somehow. Almost like it sounds like it's coming from a great distance. There's something not natural about it. And as you get closer, the figure is very still. Their clothing moves a little bit in just a little bit of breeze, but they're not typical human or humanoid. They shift weight a little bit, but this is just absolutely frozen. They have a hood up. Can't really see their face.
Yes, I got the stuff.
A
Got it
hand
all.
a hand will reach out in your direction. He's wearing some sort of metal gauntlet. Almost a golden color. Maybe brass.
Mars will put the ghost crystal in the hand.
Yes,
The
as you
pouch.
get close to hand the crystal over, there's an odor that wafts off this person. It is a smell of, you know what ozone is like because you've been near where lightning is struck. It's a combination of ozone and oil and metal and rot. And it snatches the pouch from you in a smooth motion. Pulls the pouch open, bends its cowl down, and it's almost like it smells the crystals. And you can see, because they do have a bit of a glow, you can see just a little bit of unpleasantness. Like there's something odd. The face is not entirely symmetrical. Parts of it are maybe a little bit more reflective than they ought to be. Parts of it are twisted and strange. And it smells deeply. And it looks at you. Is that all?
Yes, we mined it all. That's all that's left.
Go ahead and give me a deception roll. Because you were straight up lying. I mean, sort of. I mean, you didn't mind it. Well, no, you're straight up lying because you didn't mind it all, and that's not all that you mind. So it's a straight up roll, straight up lie.
There's just one
Yeah,
D20.
This isn't to pass for someone. This is just a lie. Yeah.
Is there a boon
Yeah.
I can use?
Yes, we have a major boon.
There is. There's a major boon.
Okay. What's the command?
Use major boon.
Use major thing. Cool.
Excellent.
There you,
Worked.
you did it.
So you may re-roll that.
14.
He looks at you. And then he smells you. And he takes a step past you. You can hear he's probably wearing metal boots. You don't know. I mean, maybe he's got armor under there, but he's very thin for wearing like full plate armor. But there is a sound almost like someone moving in armor. But it's like armor filled with bees because there's some buzzing too. And he steps over toward where Carbon is waiting, like a dutiful lieutenant, and sniffs. It's a wheezing, unhealthy, consumptive kind of sound. There's a rattling wetness to it. And then turns to look to you and says, I think you're lying. Give me the rest.
What do you mean? That's all we got.
Hang on. Oh, sorry, boss. I must have forgot the few that was in my pocket. I'll take like 2 more out. Hold that
You
out.
were hiding some on me? How dare you?
Sorry, boss.
So
I'm half mind to slap you right now.
well, one, make a deception roll, and two, do you take all of it that you have on your person, or do you take a couple extra out?
I don't take everything that I have out.
Okay.
It's just like a couple that were in like one pocket. That's a dirty 20.
Ooh. Okay. We'll say that he's got a lot of it. He's got a bag of it up in his face, and you've just handed some over to him, and he buys your patter. This cold hand clasps around yours painfully. Creature is very, very strong. Pulls the crystals out, and yes, puts them in the bag, and then just stands stock still.
Someone should ask about payment, boss.
Oh yeah. Martis asked us about payment.
There were more.
Really?
There were more with you before. Where are they?
We had a bit of an incident, and there was a cave-in. They didn't make it.
So
Real
you
tragic.
are the only two who know.
Yep.
Well,
Does anyone else hear this?
yes. Well, more reward for you then.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see to giving you what you deserve.
Oh, I hate when people talk like that.
So, you're all close to the bridge. You wanted to be close. Is anyone undead? Out of curiosity.
I don't think so.
Just that owl that flew away, I think.
Right.
Actually, this whole time.
There is a whispering sound that begins to emit from this creature. Various different voices in various different languages surrounding it in this swirling sound of madness and dread. Can you all give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
It's a D20, right?
Yes.
Can I use my wisdom instead of the wisdom of a cactus?
Yes, you may. Just this one time, though.
I got an 8.
Oh, no. Downside is cactuses are actually very wise.
Yep, that would have been better because I only have a 6 now.
Oh,
Mars
no.
got an 18.
Oh no. I got a 15.
All right. So, yes. The good news is, Mars, you're fine. Carbon is barely fine. These eerie whispers fill you. Well, they fill all of you with dread, but only Min and Clover are terrified. You are frightened of this creature, which means you may not willingly move closer to it, and any attacks or skill checks that you make while it is visible to you, or while you can hear it, are at disadvantage. So that's just what happens. Let's get initiative and see what happens next.
Does that affect our initiative rolls or just?
That is well, it doesn't. We'll say. I think maybe it should, but it doesn't in this case.
That's a 19.
Okay.
I also got a 19.
Which one of you is
5.
more dexterous?
It's Carbon.
Okay.
I'm just guessing, and that's fine.
13. What'd you get, Mars?
5.
Oh, good. So we've got Carbon, Mars. Oh, I need to roll for this dude. On the thing would be good. Yep. So, Carbon.
Yeah. I just got cheated. I don't like being cheated. I'm angry. And on fire. And hitting him with my warhammer.
Cool. You're on fire. Mars takes fire. He takes fire.
Yep. That's a 22 to hit.
Yes. There's a clang and also a little bit of a splat. When you strike at the creature in the side, like part of it clearly is armored, but part of it clearly is not.
Yeah. So that's 13 damage plus the 2 for the fire.
Okay.
So 15 total.
Beautiful. You have a movement. You want to walk away? Get some distance?
Yeah. No. I want to stay.
I will say this. It doesn't have any weapons in its hands.
Yeah, but I know how to be close to it to hit it.
Oh, that's true.
And I'm angry at it.
Yes.
So I just want to keep smacking it until it's dead and I can loot its body for the money it owes me.
Yes.
Or take back the ghost crystals that I can then go sell for money.
Yes. All right. So, Mars.
So we're fighting it, right?
Yeah.
So Carbon's already smacked it, so it's okay to attack it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, smack it. Stab it, shoot it, whatever you gotta do.
Okay. Mars is gonna pull out the rapier and cast Booming Blade on it
Ah, very good.
and attack
Yes.
the figure with it. Yeah. Is a 9 hit?
No.
Okay.
Not even close. So, 120 feet. Oh, for sure. So, you missed. You hit. I think he's going to. Doesn't pull out a weapon. Just a blade springs from its hand with a metallic chunk. The blade gives off a blackish purple, kind of wispy, smoky glow as it attempts to drive it into your body, which I think a 21 does.
Yeah, just a little.
Cool. I'll just roll that twice. It is 8 points of damage. And you are paralyzed.
Oh.
And it draws its blade out, again, very mechanically. It just simply punches it into you and then draws it out. You can all see, well, except for Min, you can see this wispy white energy being pulled with the blade. And then the blade absorbs it. And little crystals begin to form on the edge of the blade. You feel like maybe part of your soul just got sucked out. You don't take necrotic damage, but you think being killed by this blade would be really awful. So there's that. And then Does a 19 hit Clover?
Just, yes, 18 is my armor class.
Cool. I had him make a perception check, but your stealth was not great. And
I was also screaming at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, even if you weren't, he did see you.
The cactus is screaming.
So, oh God.
Uh-oh.
This is where it gets really messy, potentially. Especially if I roll extraordinarily well. 18 points of damage. Necrotic.
Cool. Cool.
And it feels, I will say, it's this blast of this purple black energy. It strikes you. You can feel just your flesh withering and the cold where it strikes you. That whole side of your body goes numb. And you look down and it's fading, but it's still lingering. As if there's a bit of lingering necrotic energy. Might interfere with your ability to heal. A little bit. Cool. Yeah. So that does not paralyze you though, so that's good. Clova. Clova's hurt
I
bad.
can't move closer to it.
Yeah, you can move closer. You can move further away.
Yeah.
You can do something and then take cover so it can't hit you again.
Am I in range of it? Like any of my weapons?
You guys would have. You have a gun, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that would be in range or not. Okay.
You guys would not have posted up far enough away that you couldn't act if you needed to.
Okay.
You're not the brain trust, but you're also. No.
I'm at disadvantage. Oh, no. I thought I was in because I was afraid. No.
Oh yes, you are. You're afraid, so it's disadvantage. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just pull out your gun, shaking it. This thing is creepy.
15 plus. So 15 plus, I think 4. Let me see.
You need to check.
Yeah. 18 plus 4.
18 plus 4.
I'm sorry, 15 plus 4.
Okay, so 19 does hit.
I read, yes. I read my 8 on the class when I was speaking. So which one is that? This one? And it's plus 2? Oh, it's a D10.
Yeah.
So it's a D8. Wow, that's really
Guns are cool.
We got a 10 plus 2.
Ooh.
Voice.
And now I run away screaming.
That was okay. And then maybe dodge behind something so he doesn't have line of sight on you. Yeah. Love it. Yes. And I mean, you catch it right in the face and it blows the hood back and you see, oh, it's not cool. It is like maybe a fifth flesh. The rest of it is metal. It is some sort of weird amalgam or a golem or men, you can't see it. If men could see it, it's like is it an automaton? Is it a zombie? Is it a zombaton? Don't really know. Those of you who are very close can see that the ear that is exposed is very pointy.
Oh snap!
Mars, what are you doing?
Oh, I think
Mars. Oh, sorry, Min.
We got confused, but that's fine.
Oh, did I? Okay, I wrote Mars down twice. Oh well. We'll say that men had to extricate themselves from the cover.
Yeah, exactly. Pop up, musket shaken as I take my shot at whatever that is.
Well, yeah, you hear the whispering and you freak out, but you're like, I gotta save my friends. I just heard a gunshot, and you just pop up and.
Yep. Pop up. Let's see. That is only a 13 to hit, though.
It ricochets off of its metallic form, and now, but it does turn to look at you because it didn't spot you.
Yeah. Surprise! I'm like, robot, you gotta go help Carbon. Go, robot, go!
Yes. You can see some sort of viscous fluid leaking from the wound on its fleshy bits.
All right. Robot will run over next to Carbon and bite Slam.
Yes.
whatever it does. Claw at, but only got a 12 to hit.
No.
But is now standing next to Carbon. Carbon robot will defend you if the guy attacks you with a.
Perfect.
Okay, cool, because I'm paralyzed.
Yeah,
Yes.
I figure that might be handy.
Yes. Carbon. What do you do?
Well, I'm still angry, so I'm still at least gonna set it on fire.
Okay. Carbon, Mars, bad guy, and robot take 2 points of damage. Well, not Carbon, sorry. Mars, robot, and bad guy take 2 points of damage, because that you don't have to physically move to do that.
Yeah. I don't know what else I can do. I will say acid to summon acid into my alchemy jug and then be like, hey, Mars and or robot.
I don't think you can speak when you're completely paralyzed.
Can I not?
I don't think so.
Dang it was gonna be cool.
Because that involves like moving your body.
I mean, I could say acid without really moving too much.
Technically, they're incapacitated, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, can't move or speak. It says right
there. Yeah.
You can think
okay.
it real hard.
Yeah, think it really hard. It works. Yeah, I guess I probably just set it on fire. I don't know that there's much else that I can do.
Nope.
I appreciate the fact that you can think really hard and things still catch on fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just get big mad, and it just happens.
Yeah, I'm just angry.
Now Mars. Carbon's just like.
Can Mars dash away from Carbon to the like edge point so that they don't keep getting burned by Carbon's fire?
Well, so yeah, you can move, which will provoke. You could bonus action disengage and then move a little bit, and that would not provoke an attack of opportunity.
So Carbon's fire thing is only like 5 feet. So
10, right?
It's 10. Yeah, 10.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can move 10 feet away from Carbon.
Okay.
But it's bonus action disengage so that he doesn't get a chance to try to hit you and potentially paralyze you, and then move out of range of the fire bear. And then do what?
Shoot with pistol.
Sure.
Okay.
No sneak attack because there is no. I mean, it has an enemy next to it, but the enemy is incapacitated.
Yep.
Robot's there.
Oh, robot, yes. Lovely.
Yeah.
Never mind. You can sneak attack. Thank you.
Okay. So it's 1d20 first, right then?
Yep. Roll to hit with your pistol.
Does 17 hit?
Barely.
Okay. But it does hit.
Yes.
Okay. And then 1d8. This one. With 1d8 damage. 11 damage.
Cool.
That's 8 plus 3. That's 11.
Yep.
Yeah. And then sneak attack damage.
Yes.
This one. Sneak attack is 2d6.
Yes.
That's 6
Cool.
total.
Just take another chunk out of him. This blows away part of the cloak. And you can see there's a weird amalgamation. This is like steampunk Borg, basically. It's very unpleasant, only if the Borg was an elf. So steampunk Romulan Borg. Yes. And there's a spray, like you could even see some sort of weird milky white green. Like there's something inside of it that ruptures and it starts to spray this very foul smelling fluid. It doesn't react in pain at all, by the way. Cool. It's Bad's turn. Good news is, Carbon, you are no longer paralyzed and incapacitated.
Oh, thank God.
Bad news is you're right next to him.
Yeah.
So you're gonna Robot's gonna get a chance to defend. Does that impose disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Probably that dagger attack.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. You can see him drawing back with that glowing, now crystal encrusted blade. I will have crystal out of you one way or another. Disadvantage. Avoided a crit. But my low is a 20.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's fine. Carbon can just
It's
keep doing
it's
2
only
points of fire damage.
only 5 points of damage. I
that's
rolled
not
very
bad.
poorly. But you are paralyzed and incapacitated again.
Yeah.
And then
okay.
and then it will take its other hand and point it directly at Mars's face. 25. Which I'm going to say probably hits. Oh, jeez.
Just barely, I'm sure.
7. Only 15 points of necrotic damage. And again, just
Lovely.
lingers on you like some sort of weird black, slow flame. That's his go. And then he, or it, looks down very curiously at Robot. And then it extrudes its assimilation tubules, and Robot is now morgified. But no. Clover, what are you doing? FYI, you are no longer afraid.
Oh. How far away am I from this creature?
You're still as far as you were, 30 feet.
30 feet? I get up to it.
Okay.
I will draw my sword. I will attack. 15 plus 4, 19.
Yes.
Then my D8 is this one. 2 plus 2, I think, is 4, and I will mark this one as well.
Okay. Lovely. And as you rush forward, the last of that smoke lifts off you. You still, I'm like, that whole side is all messed up. It's still pretty numb, but whatever that lingering effect seemed to only last about a round. Cool. So, what would Min like to do now? Min also is no longer afraid of it.
Oh,
I mean, you're
cool.
afraid of
Then-
it, but you're no longer impaired by the fear.
Yes, it's scary, but now I've calm breathing
Yes.
exercise, aim gun, shoot at him. Wow, that's a bad roll though. Again, only a 11.
No.
So, and I'll be like, get him, Robot,
Yeah.
and then Robot will do a bite, slam, claw. Come on, dice, don't land like that. All right. That is a. Hold on, I scrolled away from the attack zone. 19 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. Just rolls up on him with a little force damage. 7 points of force damage.
Cool. He's just getting.
Just getting in
I mean,
there. With his
he's
little
definitely
armadillo claws.
outnumbered. He doesn't seem concerned at all, obviously.
No, he doesn't. Which is concerning for me personally, I think.
Carbon. More fire.
Yeah. Sorry, Clover. Well, actually, could I use a boon to not be paralyzed?
Do we have? I would say a major boon to.
Yeah, we've got 2 major.
To counteract a like a bad condition like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Use them all
so
up.
rather than bonus action fire, I'm going to bonus action shift.
Yeah.
So I have the bear form. And then I'm going to smack it with my hammer.
Yeah. It maybe looks a little surprised to the extent that part of its face can form expressions.
Natty 20.
Ooh, fantastic.
Let's go. So 16 damage.
Ooh. So with your something about your rage and shifting form breaks you out of the paralysis, and you come down on it with an almighty smack. There's sproing noises and wet splats and disgusting, like it seems to collapse down a little bit. Yeah, it's dead. Mars, what do you do?
Is it though?
Oh, it's for sure dead.
Oh, no. Uh, the damage that was taken last turn, that stops healing stuff, right?
You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I had a plan, but now it's questionably dead, and I don't know what to do.
For sure it is. It's for sure gone forever.
Okay.
Take the crystal back.
Sus.
Is the crystal bag there?
Oh yeah, it's still in his hand.
Can Mars use action dash to get over there, grab it, and then bonus action
you're 10 feet away.
dash?
Yeah, you're 10 feet away. You can just move over.
Yeah, but can Mars dash there, grab it, and then run away?
Oh yeah.
Again? Okay.
Yeah, you can literally move 10 feet, pick it up, and then move the rest of your move. And then if you want to dash as your action, I should say, you can do that.
If you use the dash as an action, it'd be 50 feet away.
Yeah. Or actually, yeah. Pick up the thing, dash. Yeah, you can get 50 feet away from it if you'd like.
Can I go 40 feet away from it?
Sure.
That way I'm still in range in case something gets there and I can still shooty pew pew it.
Yeah, in case something untoward occurs, basically.
Yeah, imagine if that happened.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh no.
Because something different happens every time it dies.
Oh my gosh.
What did we get?
Oh no.
No!
Oh no.
Probably,
Oh, no?
probably the worst one. Well, I mean, they're
Yes.
all pretty bad.
I'm so excited.
It's so these fine tracings of runes appear all over the metal and then extend into the withered flesh. But on the withered flesh, there are tattoos. And it shimmers for a moment and stands up. You can see through it now.
Oh no.
Yes. It's a little stronger. Yeah. And is very resistant to all sorts of things. So that's fun. Yeah. I think it would like to... I think it would like to... Well, it's for sure going to chase after Mars. Yeah. Who is...
Is it still marked?
Yeah, I mean, does the mark end when the creature dies? Because it did die. It just received a thing that happens. A particular type of boon.
Oh,
But a worse
I
one.
never even realized it only lasts a turn.
Oh, you have to mark it each time. Huh. Good to know. So
Yeah.
it's no longer marked.
Yeah.
Cool.
Huh.
So I think it isn't like your shenanigans. So it's going to try to, it is going to just stab at Clover. Because you're up right next to it now, right?
Yep.
Cool. Oh, no. That is going to be a 20.
Can the robot defend?
Yes. That is going to be an 18.
Both hit.
Robot tried.
It worked, sort of. $11 points of necrotic damage.
What did it stab you with?
This blade that has extruded out of its hand. It just
I'm
drives it into
still
your
on
body.
the blade because I'm dead, or I'm unconscious.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm whatever you tell me I am.
It pulls the blade out, and you see a figure of Clover, like separate from the body. This ghostly form of Clover into the blade as crystals grow around it.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
As a bonus action,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, why not? It is going to like wipe, although it's kind of no, it can't do that because it's somewhat thing. But it still has its little hands of crystals. It is going to take one of those crystals and crush it and throw the dust at Clover. Clover, you're back. You can unblock your thing. You're back. We'll see what happens when we get to your turn. I mean, your soul's no longer in your body. So that's cool.
Oh boy.
So that was his action. That was one of his attacks and his bonus action. His move is he's going to just drift over. You do not take an attack of opportunity, Clover. However, Robot can.
Only a 12.
No. And then he's going to blast Mars for running away. However, I don't think that's going to hit. That's a 17.
That hits.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You have the lower ACs. Yes. 17 points of damage.
And Mars is dead.
You're not dead. It's the
Okay.
blade that sucks in life. You are unconscious. And it might be around before anyone can heal you. If anyone could heal you.
The boons can heal you.
Boons can heal. But not when you're prevented from regaining hit points by in any fashion. But after that.
Yeah.
So now he's standing there looking very glowy. Give me all the crystal or I will destroy you. Okay. Clover, what you doing?
What am I doing?
You're doing whatever you think he would like you to do.
That's what I thought. Mars seems to have the crystal. I need to get to Mars.
Well, Mars is down. He's got Mars.
But Mars does... Are we after the crystal? What does he want?
He wants you
wants
to
the
kill
crystal.
everyone.
Okay, I thought you wanted the crystal. All right. Well, then the
I mean,
closest is carbon.
He's going to be able to get the crystal.
Yeah. But the closest is carbon, I guess.
Yes. Your master compels you.
Using... 7 plus 4.
Does an 11 hit Carbon?
No.
Cool. Min, things are not turning out well.
Oh, this isn't great. I don't think this is a bargaining situation. Is he just going to come back if we kill him again? That's an interesting thought.
Make an
I
intelligence check.
No, that seems like something I should do. 16.
This is ancient. It is technology that is potentially somewhat similar to things that you have heard about, theorized, spoken of in whispers, but not like practiced or commercialized. This is because the ability to animate objects and create beings, even like free-willed beings, is enormously complex, but it's a very different thing than necromancy. This is some sort of combination of the two. If you were a significantly more powerful caster, you might be able to do something about it, or like a paladin or a cleric or something. You might be able to do something about it. If only you had some sort of source of raw magical power.
Gosh, if only I had a source of raw magical power. Just reaching into that bag of holding. I needed to do something, right?
Don't know.
I don't know. What if... I wonder if I can get it... What if I just shoot something super magical out of my gun? That seems like a thing I could try to slap together real fast.
Sure.
The gun's used with a little bit of crystal.
Yeah.
So why not a lot of crystal?
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense and is a good decision.
For sure.
Sometimes you gotta take life by the horns.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
I mean,
So I'm
not trying to steer you in a particular direction, but no
It's so
bull.
unreal.
You need to, yeah.
Dang it, you got me. I was right there.
So I'll just start using some of my magic, just trying to get like the ghost crystal to like combine with the gun, trying to do something to disrupt whatever magic that guy's
And
got.
honestly, it's more just your like tinkering. You know how your gun was built, and you're just like, I don't know, I could just pull out the little chip of ghost crystal that's used. I could just cram a big one in there, and maybe if I like just instead of a bullet, I just put another chunk of ghost crystal in.
Yeah,
I don't know what's gonna
just shoot a
happen.
ghost crystal at him. Oh, look, a pointy one. We'll just shove it in there. Go.
Yeah. I mean, it's a musket. You can just load a handful in and see what happens.
Yeah, this seems like a good Hail Mary play.
And maybe you're following the little bit of magical sense that you have, and combined with your tinkering abilities to just try to put something together real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a Hail Dairy.
Okay, it's a Hail Dairy.
Hail Dairy.
That
play.
one was legit good.
I got a 18 to hit.
All right. Would you like to spend a major boon?
Yeah, I would.
The 18 will hit. But the question is, would you like to spend a major boon?
Yes. To roll more?
Or to do extra things?
I would like to do extra things, please.
Since you have one. Cool. I mean, your calculation is haphazard. So there's a bit of an explosion. Partly chemical and mechanical, partly arcane. I'm going to say, minor bane, your gun is jammed. But some amount of force and crystal is just expelled, shrapnel in his direction, and an 18 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage, and then I will see what happens.
That is 7 points of damage.
So not a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. It just peppers him like nothing. I think your hand is numb and you can see weird glowing smoke coming out of your gun. And it's just like, it's like a little sparkles of glass. Like if he could bleed, there'd be little cuts. And a lot of it was just deflected off of his shell. So it's like, and some of it just probably passed right through him because he's again somewhere in between physical and non-physical. So yeah. Oops.
We tried.
Yep, things are gonna get bad. Clover, what are you doing?
Carbon's
Oh no,
still
sorry,
right there.
Min. Carbon, what are you doing?
Cool. Carbon doesn't
no.
feel too confident.
Who just went? Min just went, so
Min.
Carbon goes. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Carbon don't feel too confident about hitting the thing that may or may not be like transparent and incorporeal. But his buddy just whacked him, and to be honest, Carbon's kind of been wanting to smack Clover this whole time, but it's gonna do it non-lethally
Okay.
and try to knock Clover out
Okay.
by smacking him with a warhammer.
Okay.
18 plus 5, I'm gonna assume that hits you, Clover.
Yes.
For 10 points of damage.
You take it.
And I'm also gonna set on fire.
Okay. I need to tell you what your new hit points are. Your new hit points are 16.
Is that including the minus or no?
Oh no, you just
The
had
16
yeah,
minus.
yeah. When you came back to life, you had 16. So 16.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, sorry, 16 minus the damage that was just done.
And top, it was 10 plus the 2 from fire? So 12?
Yes, at 12 total.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Clover, you don't like that?
I attack back, and I do it with anger.
Yes,
Oh, 17 plus 4. I guess that probably does hit.
Yeah, that'll
it
hit.
does.
And 2 plus 2. 4 points of slashing.
So,
Roll a d4 for me,
Absolutely.
and you take 2 of that because you're raging.
yeah.
Oh, I'm just cocked. 4.
Reduce your strength score by 4. Carbon. I think
Is there a way to do that?
there's a temporary adjustment, or just -2 to everything strength related.
Cool.
So yeah, as you feel this little chink, and then it's like, oh, and you can feel some of that same energy, that life essence transfer to Clover. Yeah, it's not good. Cool. Now it's the bad guy's turn. Okay. Well, I'm pretty good, but it's not proficient. Ooh. Oh, how can things get worse? Okay. I would like everyone, even Mars. You can theoretically make a dexterity saving throw, even when you're unconscious, but it's at disadvantage.
You want me to do it?
So I need everyone needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Does this count as something that I can see?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
19.
Okay.
Also 19.
Okay.
14.
Okay. And I don't know if Mars is... Well, I know you have to be conscious for that. Never mind. What'd you get there, Mars?
The lowest is a 10.
Okay, so Mars, you take 1 failed death saving throw.
Ooh.
So this creature is master of his domain. And he's looking about with confidence. He's taking his time, selecting his targets, and begins again to say, "Give me the crystals or you will all die, and then serve me forever, blah, 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 blah." Evil villain, unnecessary diatribe. But you can see that the little pieces of the crystal that got caught in his semi-translucent form, they're like little glowing specks, and you can see them migrating as he's speaking, leaving little trails of light. And he stops in the midst of his triumphant speech and begins to look down as you see this purplish glow begin to emit between the gaps where his metal form joins the flesh form. And at the same time that his form seems to become more solid, as if he like tries to pull himself together in the act of resisting whatever's happening, that maybe wasn't a good choice, because whatever is happening is significantly worse than it would have been if he was completely incorporeal. And he go boom. You all take half of what is that? You all take 3 points of damage. That's a letdown. Considering it was 2d10.
Oh.
Big letdown.
Mars takes a little. Yeah, that's why you failed the death saving. That's why you have a failed death saving throw, is that you were going to take at least a point of damage. So a little speck hits you, does a point of damage. That's a failed saving throw. Everyone else takes minor points of damage, but are flung back as this globe of this glowing purple light just explodes him and then sits completely disintegrating the middle part of this bridge, by the way. Everything it touches just sizzles away to nothing. And then flies off to the north. And you see this little down into the pit. What do you do?
Am I still evil?
No, because they didn't kill you again.
And do I keep the current HP system? I have.
Sure.
Do I carry it over?
Sure.
Okay. I have 1 HP, y'all.
But as he was blown up, his ability to hold on to your soul was disrupted. So yes, little wisps, probably multiple little wisps of this kind of white, almost ectoplasmic stuff. Some of them just dissipate out, but some of them flow back into carbon. Don't get any hit points back, but you get the pieces of your soul that he sucked out back. And a little thin thread works its way, kind of has to fight through the shadow that is growing inside where Clover's soul used to be. But it was recent enough, and you were not killed again, that it wins out.
Dang.
I'm
1
going
HP, y'all.
I'm going to say one of Clover's eyes is now black.
Cool.
Ooh, exciting.
Does
Forever.
Carbon have their strength back?
No. Nope. No one heals. And your friend Mars is dying.
Oh. Yeah. Someone should fix that.
Yeah.
So Carbon had a
Which is-
permanent -4 to their strength?
You don't know how long it lasts.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better. It's just those words.
I'm really tempted to knock Clover out.
Meta, it's the kind of thing that comes back with a long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we'll stagger over to Mars to see if we can.
Yeah. Go try to help stabilize Mars.
It's probably a good
Mars
idea
has
that
swirly
at least 2
eyes.
people help and then one
Yeah.
person rolls with advantage.
Can we see that Clover's black eye is always seeing like the same thing she saw, but when she left her body, sort of thing? Like one
Oh.
eye's
Oh
trapped.
yeah. I think
That'd
I think your perception out of that eye is now somewhat altered.
Cool.
Yeah, we assist with Mars.
Yeah,
We all have
who's
magic.
doing the roll?
Yeah. Imagine not the one-eyed halfling.
What do you do? I don't know how to save people actually.
Roll plus
Oh, there's a
medicine.
medical roll.
Yeah, roll
Yeah.
medicine.
Yeah, is someone else who's wiser want to roll?
Okay.
You know how I
2 plus 1.
solve problems? It's usually magic.
You rolled a natural 1. That is a reroll because you're a halfling.
Unfortunately, it was a 2 plus a 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally the lowest I can.
But the good news is Min was helping Carbon because Carbon was over
Yeah,
there. So what does Carbon do?
will
Roll with advantage.
Carbon will try to stabilize Mars.
Clover's perception's really off now.
Well,
You just do chest compressions on the ground next to Mars.
Oh, good. Yes, that is sufficient to. So Clover is attempting to stabilize, but is attempting to stabilize something that is floating a couple of feet above Mars's body because Clover is looking through the dead eye. And you think you're making progress, and then it goes away because it sinks back into Mars's body, and Mars coughs, but is still unconscious because you're nearly dead.
This is like the 4th time that I have saved Mars' life, and I haven't gotten a single scrap of gold out of it.
I don't.
This is ridiculous.
I don't think we're going to get
I think
any
it's
gold
called
out of that
love.
hole.
Well, speaking of which, there was a rumble,
I don't know.
Oh.
a shaking, an echoing, a cracking sound. You're not quite sure because it's very, very dark, but you can certainly see, because now the bridge is gone, you can certainly see that the river changes direction.
Towards the pit.
Oh,
Oh.
oh no.
Well, there goes our extra money.
Yeah.
We gotta
We've
go.
done some dastardly deeds here at Ditchwater Gulch.
Thank you, Clover. That seemed to sum up all of our adventures right there. We have to leave though, like right now. There's a man inside a pit sucking the river into it, and he hates us. We need to not be in town anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
it's also
Lucky's-
probably near that like crystal thing, which is
Clover's
probably not
unlucky and
good.
halfway gone.
Right?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes.
How many hit points do I have?
1.
Yeah, 1.
Yours.
Just one.
But, well, and you're technically because that was not a healing kit. You were stable, but you were unconscious. So I believe you were at 0 hit points, but stable. I think that's right.
Is that it?
I think
I
that's
thought it
right.
was like 1. And
Because
you were unstable,
because
but-
yeah, if you like crit succeed on a
right,
stabilization,
right.
or if you use a healer's kit, I
do pop
believe
back up.
you are stable at 0 hit points.
If you want to wake up, you can use a minor boon just so you can.
Yes, you could use a minor boon
Participating in our
to get a few hit points back.
Okay.
Roll a d4.
Okay. D4. Pick it up. 2.
And yes, this is kind of the vampire that I'm punishing Clover with. But I'm not gonna just like it's a vampire. Like, oh, I want to drink your blood. It's like, no, I'm a friggin' fantasy Borg, and I'm going to assimilate people and suck out their
And
souls.
also, you did give us the vampire last time too.
Well, not really.
Kind of.
You didn't suck anyone's life out.
Fair.
It was slightly bat-like, but it was more bat
Yes.
bug imp demon thing.
That's fair.
yeah.
So
But yeah.
Mars has at least 1 hit point and comes to. to see the river draining into the pit.
We're running. Get up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my wagon's
Clover's
back in
looking
town,
like
though. We
you're
gotta go get that.
Yeah, all right, but
Ooh,
we
the
better
bridge is
make a
out.
step. Yeah, I'm well aware. It
I
kind of
gotta
like
get my stuff. I've been here for a few weeks, you
just
know.
start running. We're booking it to town.
So,
I'm
Clover's
probably
has
carrying
dust in her
Mars.
tracks.
so what is the plan? What do you all do?
We're gonna
Well,
back up.
I left. I'm out of town.
Yeah, Clover
I'm
took
faster
off on
than
a
they are.
pony.
Oh, so-
I'm hauling Mars up and bolting towards town.
Cool. Well, you're all badly beat up, so I'm going to say, because I can, that you all help each other.
I mean, I got a wagon to carry people in
Yeah.
and a donkey to pull it,
Yeah.
Yep.
and we'll
And-
catch up to Clover yet.
And who
I'm
knows?
relatively okay.
Who knows what else is out there? So you think maybe, at least for the time being, not scattering to the four winds and being eaten by coyotes, because that's a thing that can happen if you're by yourself. There's non-supernatural stuff in the desert that just will kill you. So if you're
This
going
is
to
true.
leave the safety of town, safety in numbers is a good idea, and you're going to need a wagon for Mars to convalescent anyway. Do you head south or do you head north?
We're not going by the pit.
Okay. So you head south toward
Yeah.
the salt fens and the lake. You don't have to go that far, but you head south of town. And as you do, like, very soon, it's apparent that, like, you can feel continued shaking. You can see cracks opening up in the earth, and you can feel like the angle of this part of the land changing enough that a really massive quantity of water rushes back, like a minor flood rushes back towards the pit. And of course, there's the upstream part that's flowing in. You're guessing that it's getting pretty wet down there. But you decide not to deal with that at all and just make your way out of town. You know, villagers are coming out, looking around like what's going on. You just like don't even want to deal with that because you have all your stuff with you. So without saying goodbye, you leave the horrible little disgusting town of Ditchwater Gulch to deal with the potentially catastrophic after effects of your actions and make your way off to safety. So we see a little bit of you guys riding in a wagon with a horse next to it with a halfling on top into the sunrise, I suppose. And then the camera will cut back over the now just like mud flat that is the Ditchwater River or Gulch. Just steaming, a few fish flopping around to the pit, which is now, there's still a waterfall cascading down because the upstream is still pouring in. But it's going to be a lake very soon. The camera dives down into the water and you see schools of little purple gnome people just kind of bloop, bloop, swimming by, having a lovely, lovely time. Sucking the brains out of the weird starfish hand creatures that have died and drowned. So it's like a feast for them. Go and you can see their home cavern is not entirely full. But you see a familiar one of these creatures with a little basket full of the little tadpole ones, just like carefully like putting them out onto the surface of the water as they bob around and then kind of and start swimming around, having a good little time. And there you also see, just as the very tip of the mother crystal is covered with the rising water, a single mote of glowing purple that is bouncing around inside the crystal as if it's desperate to get out, as it eventually disperses and fades, and maybe the crystal glows a little bit brighter. But someone has a bag of holding full of ghost crystal. You are all rich. You just need to find a way to spend it without getting killed. So, I think that's where we end the adventures of dastardly deeds at Ditchwater Gulch. Who knows if these folks will continue to commit dastardly deeds? They will. They will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No doubt. But you have all mostly lived. 3.5 of you lived to see the next day.
Remember when we were good people and didn't leave towns to deal with problems that we caused?
That was a terrible town.
They probably deserved it. We
Yeah.
didn't get any money from the guy, so we had to leave to go sell it anyway. We can't stick around town with this much stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
I mean,
saying I have regrets, which is funny.
And we
He-
told the nicest person about it, and they just try to, like, do it all themselves and rob us, basically.
well,
so.
yeah, it's like, oh, I found gold up in the Nar Hills. It's like, yeah, I'm going there now.
Really?
I mean,
I mean,
Tell me more.
it's the Weird West. What do you expect?
maybe after a few years, after we spend all the money that we got, we can learn how to breathe underwater and check it out.
We find that crystal again and become horrible sea monster or
If
lake
you,
monsters.
yeah, if you go hang out with that crystal long enough, you probably will be able to breathe underwater.
Yeah. Come on, Clover. It'll be great.
And who says the transformation actually takes proximity?
Oh. I'm already weird.
Right.
What's one more transformation?
You can't be like you could be like a were sea lion or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yes. So yes, that was the
leaving town.
silly. Go ahead.
Since we're leaving town, do we find my familiar?
No,
No.
it hasn't been long enough.
Okay.
Did you tell your friends to come here?
No.
Okay.
I said be in the mine investigating it.
Okay. Well, if they come to check you, they're going to find some unusual things that might have happened. So who knows what they'll think. But, Venus was not here. So you might need to continue searching. And now you might have some funds. And you might also have a friend who now has some new senses that might be useful.
Ooh.
I think basically Clover just becomes a Ghostwise halfling, is what happens.
Love it.
Since you were technically undead for 6 seconds.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Post-credit scene. Everyone's like, oh, yeah. Well, ooh, that was weird, but hey, let's never go back. And it was okay. And Clover just says, oh, no, I thought it was kind of fun. But Clover's mouth doesn't move because she's speaking in your minds now.
Carving
that's kinda
Clover off of
fun.
Lucky just kind of like punches reflexively.
Lovely.
It's so fun, y'all.
And then,
Fun.
and then the little iris closes in. Cool. The end. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for it's just super weird and silly game, spooky but also silly game of D&D in a kind of a Weird West kind of Cthulhu themed setting. Greatly appreciated everyone who came and hung out with us. Greatly appreciate everyone who played. Let us do the thing that we do and say who we are and where people can find us next. I think we start with Kelly first. We'll start with Tough this time.
All right. I am 98 Tough Love or Tough or Torf or Torfulted or some other variety of nickname. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. You can also catch me on Twitter at that same handle of 98 Tough Love. I will be playing more TTRPGs tomorrow over on Singe channel. We are playing Masks, which is a good time. And then I will stream Saturday, and then I will be back here on Sunday for Teen Justice Academy. And then other stuff is probably happening. I don't really remember. Go Sin.
I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream and make art, and I post the arts to Instagram with R not art with 2 T's. Like RNOTTART. And R not comics, same spelling as not, yeah. I play TTRPGs, at least that's the most recent thing I'm doing. The closest one is tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my channel. It's a masks game with Tough and other cool people, and I'm narrating it. So yeah, the next time you'll see me on this channel will be next Thursday with the conclusion of the Elwood expedition.
Yes.
That's also with Tough.
Yes.
Yeah. Misha.
I am Misha Less Than 3 here on Twitch, but you can find me on Twitter at Misha Weha. That's Misha with a WEHA at the end. I think you'll see me here next on Sunday for the Teen Justice Academy, where I'll be running a game.
Yes.
Fascinating. And I think that's about it. So, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm Kelly. You can find me at My Fair Kelly on Twitch. Used to be a variety streamer, trying to figure all that stuff out now. Might be streaming again in the future. Sometimes I play D&D with all these people. And I think you'll see me here on C Plus content again later in April with Spectrum Squad, if all goes well.
Yep.
With Tough.
And Star Trek's coming back too.
Oh, Star Trek. Yeah, when's that? Is that April?
I forget.
Okay.
It's April or May.
Well, maybe in April you'll see me there as well.
Awesome.
And yeah, over to Michael.
Cool. Yeah, I am Michael or Zero Daylight. I run games here and sometimes get a chance to play them here a couple times a week, and then every Sunday or almost every Sunday evening over at the Juices TV program and Licity channel, where we do similar stuff. If you don't know us, D&D is not our main. We kind of do. We did have one long running D&D campaign, but now we like occasionally do little D&D, like limited series. But our main shtick is that we play a variety of lesser well known games. A lot of Powered by the Apocalypse, a lot of Modifius 2D20, a lot of some games that I just make up in the middle of the week because I can't find one that exactly fits what it is that's the craziness that's in my head. If you are curious, if you do not currently follow us, you probably should. So click the little thing down below what you're watching now on Twitch. Head over to cpluscontent.tv and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It is free. You can even hit the little alarm bell to be notified when there's new content, which is typically about 24 hours after we broadcast here. And we've got everything over there. If you like spooky, there's a whole spooky playlist. If you like sci-fi, there's a sci-fi playlist. If you like masks, there's an entire Teen Justice Academy, several issues worth, soon to be a new one. And you can catch up on all of our limited series and one-shots and two-shots and even the long-running D&D campaign over there. And please do come hang out and join us if you don't already in our Discord, which is community.cpluscontent.tv. That is a place you can find out what's coming up next, what's on the calendar, provide ideas and feedback about particularly systems that are new to us, and share pictures of your dice and painted minis, and get in long drawn out conversations about lovely nerdy IPs that we adore, and just generally hang out with awesome, cool people. Hope to see you there. I think we should probably go raid someone. I think a perfect palate cleanser would be to go watch Ultra pretend to drive a truck for a living.
Sounds perfect.
Ultra's fantastic. Ultrasaurus is fantastic. She is one of our guest stars. She actually helped us played Ghost in the final episode of our D&D campaign. I don't think that we've rated her, and she is playing Truck Driver Simulator or whatever it's called. And she's super duper chill, very relaxing. No vampires, no tiny gnome illithids, none of that stuff. No explosive robot undead things. Very chill.
It's just like driving a wagon, heading south.
Yeah.
It's like driving a truck.
Yes, exactly. Slow motion escape simulator, the fantasy edition. Close enough. Cool. I am going to, and thanks for dropping in the raid calls. I'm going to actually raid. No, it's a slash. Dang. Looks like it's working.
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic. Cool. Well, thanks, everybody. Good to see you. See you all again here very, very soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.